the questions. So I want to thank everyone for being here today for this oversight hearing. Concerns have been raised by members of our community regarding the procurement process for hotel spaces for quarantine and isolation of inbound travelers and catering services for those in quarantine and government officials manning these facilities. These issues have been front and center in the recent media coverage and have raised concerns over the procurement process as a whole. With little time to react, the pandemic has posed an unprecedented challenge for our people, and our institution norms on all fronts, including procurement, have been challenged. Our people are resilient. Our island has responded to devastating natural disasters such as earthquakes and typhoons, which have their endpoints. However, with the global spread of COVID-19, the endpoint is not so clear. Issues with procurement have existed before COVID-19, and it is urgent, especially now with the evoking of the Emergency Powers Act, that the process be assessed to ensure principles of fair competition and equity remain intact, and that we uphold accountability and transparency. To be clear, the committee has received no complaints that the procurement of hotels was in itself an unnecessary act. Quarantine facilities are a prudent and necessary means of combating the pandemic. The governor and our public health officials made the right decision to act quickly, and thankfully, we have not had the triage and the mass burials experienced by the hard-hit regions such as Spain and Italy. Our overarching goal today is to clarify the emergency procurement process during COVID-19 pandemic and ensure the government of Guam is following protocols consistent with local and federal guidelines for the reimbursement of emergency services. Furthermore, information shared today may elucidate shortcomings in our existing procurement processes, and this insight can be used to modernize and strengthen our procurement regulations. So you all are familiar with the background of the timeline of the issue leading up to this. So on January 30th, 2020, the World Health Organization director declared that the novel coronavirus outbreak, a public health emergency of international concern. Late January, Department of Public Health and Social Service met with key government agencies to discuss protocols in the event of positive tests. March 3rd to March 5th, Department of Public Health Social Services holds pandemic plan review working session. March 10th, the Department of Public Health and Social Service receives CDC test kits. March 14th, Governor issues Executive Order 2020-03 declaring the state of emergency in response to the coronavirus pandemic. March 15th, the first 3 positive cases were confirmed on island. March 16th, the governor issues Executive Order 2020-04 initiating the mandatory 14-day quarantine for all travelers from areas affected by COVID-19. March 21st, so maybe I'll save this for later. This could be in the line of questioning. So in addition to the timeline, the FOIA requests have recently been issued to GovGuam agencies, highlighting certain concerns regarding the procurement of the quarantine facilities, which we'll go into later. So with all these issues being brought up in the news, the committee wishes to know the following. To what extent was Guam procurement law and regulations pursuant to 5GCA and 2GAR followed? What is the rationale and logic of the procurement process during COVID-19? Under what authority were individuals involved in procurement? Who took the lead in procurement of quarantine facilities? With the procurement of quarantine facilities, what are the federal local procurement laws that apply? In what ways do you believe procurement laws can change to prevent confusion or misapplication in the future? And so what are the implications for future procurement as GovGuam has been granted over $1 billion of federal funds for COVID-19 relief? I want to thank all the parties attending today and appreciate your cooperation in discussing and shedding light on this matter. At a time when so many of us are isolated from one another, we must all do what we can to preserve transparency and maintain open lines of communication so that we may sustain our public's trust and ensure our policies and decisions succeed in helping the island through this pandemic.
Too late for that, lady.
So to begin with the line of questioning, I would like to recognize the Office of the Governor. I do appreciate the members being here today. So we're going to start with introductions. So we have Legal Counsel Hai Flynn, Sophia Diaz, and Larry Tumani. So we'll start with, Hai, if you can please state your name for the record. So you want to
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please state your name and the agency in which you are employed.
Ma'am. Hi, Huynh, Governor's Legal Counsel from the Office of the Governor.
And can you briefly describe your overall duties and whether your position requires involves procurement or requires procurement training pursuant to Section 5141?
My job duties and responsibilities are to act as a legal counsel for the Governor of Guam and to do whatever she orders me to do.
Does the Office of the Governor have procurement authority?
Are you asking if the law provides the Office of the Governor with procurement authority?
Yes, that's one. Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah, basically, does the Office of the Governor?
I believe there are people who can procure traditional procurement in the Office of the Governor, correct?
Okay. So do you understand what authority they've been granted that ability or that responsibility?
I'm assuming that comes in the law. Is that what you're asking, ma'am?
Can you say that again?
I'm not understanding the questions clearly, ma'am. Are you asking who has given the authority?
Yes. So under what authority is the Office of the Governor able to procure?
The Guam Code.
I'm sorry.
Guam Code, ma'am.
Guam Code specifically?
Ma'am, are you looking for me to give you citations?
Okay, so if you want to fill in the answers later, you can send in a response.
No, ask him for the citation.
So going to the issue at hand, is this your first emergency procurement in an emergency situation?
Is this my first time acting in an emergency situation? Yes. Did I act to try to procure items? Yes.
Okay. So explain your role in the procurement during this emergency process.
Ma'am, prior to this hearing, we did submit some statements that the governor authorized us to submit. Based on our relationship, both myself and my co-counsel, Sophia Diaz, we're limited in what we can say and how we can answer questions. To promote the transparency and the trust that this body has been looking for, we did prepare a statement and provide it to you before this hearing.
Okay, so I'm not, I did not get that. When did you send that?
It came from the Office of the Governor. I believe it, her chamber clerk sent it at probably around 4 o'clock now.
So I did not get a chance to see that. Can you briefly read the statement, or do you have it in your hand?
Yes, I can. There is one part that pertains to Ms. Diaz. Would you like her to read that, or would you like me to read the whole thing?
It's up to you if you want to read.
I'll just. It's dated May 21st, 2020, to the Honorable Sabina Flores Perez, Chairwoman on Committee on the Environment, Revenue and Taxation and Procurement, 35th Guam Legislature. From Legal Counsels Hai Huynh, Legal Counsel Sophia Santos Diaz from the Office of Legal Counsel, Office of the Governor of Guam. Attached to this was the cover letter from the governor where she asserted her attorney-client privilege for not only our office, but also that of the Office of the Attorney General. The subject heading on this memo was the virtual oversight hearing on Thursday, May 21st, 2020. And the body begins, the governor has authorized her legal counsel to provide the following limited statement at this oversight hearing. This authorization shall not be perceived by the chairwoman or the committee as a waiver of executive privilege, which includes the gubernatorial communications privilege, deliberative process privilege, and the attorney-client privilege. Instead, this statement is intended to provide context to previous statements already provided to the public on multiple occasions. We ask that this body refer to Attorney General Opinion 09-1089 for discussion on these privileges and the separation of powers doctrine. Pursuant to the electronic signature issue that I understand that the body is interested in, we are authorized to provide the following statements. Prior to May 1st, 2020, the Governor's Legal Office assisted the Director of the Department of Public Health and Social Services by attempting to account for all documents in which she signed digitally or with a wet signature. A procedure was developed to log the request for her signature, and this procedure was developed because the Department of Public Health and Social Services staff, the Joint Information Center, and the Office of the Governor determined that there was a need to have a central repository for all items signed by the Director. The procedure entailed personal contact with the Director, whether by phone or in person. Then documentation of the approval would occur by virtue of an email to the custodian of the electronic signature. The Director would receive a copy when finalized. The Governor's Legal Office keeps a log and a copy of each document at its office on behalf of the Director. The Governor's Legal Office sought the Director's digital signature 5 times. Each time the Director approved its use. The 5 times are on March 29th, 2020, for the Public Health Guidance Memo number 2020-03. The second time was for letters regarding the use as non-congregate shelters. That request was on April 1st, 2020. None of those letters were ever published or finalized, meaning they were not ever sent out to the intended addressees. Number 3, public health to quarantined individuals letters. Those were approved and finalized on April 3rd, 2020. Public health guidance number 2020-05. Those were approved and finalized on April 8th, 2020. And public health guidance memo number 2020-06, again approved on April 8th, 2020. Only 4 of the 5 approved uses were ever finalized, sent to intended addressees, and or published. The remaining approved use was prepared, but not finalized, delivered, or published. Those documents are considered drafts and were mistakenly disclosed in response to FOIA requests. The second issue is the procurement of quarantine and isolation facilities. Here are the facts that we're prepared to provide. On March 14th, 2020, Governor Lulian Guerrero issued Executive Order number 2020-03, declaring a state of emergency to respond to the novel coronavirus, otherwise known as COVID-19. As part of the order, statutes, orders, rules, and regulations that would hinder or delay any action necessary to respond to the public health emergency were suspended. More specifically, the governor invoked her authority to conduct emergency purchases. The Philippine government had just announced a surge in COVID-19 cases, and its president ordered partial closure of the airports. There was an expectation of a large influx of potentially infected persons returning to Guam. On March 16, 2020, Governor Leon Guerrero issued Executive Order number 2020-04, in which she invoked authority under 10 GCA section 3333 to restrict entry into Guam, and the authority prescribed in 10 GCA sections 19604 and 19605 to isolate and quarantine. March 17, 2020. It was discovered that the Homeland Security Advisor had not procured quarantine or isolation facilities as previously reported. Homeland Security's reliance on condemning a certain hotel was not approved. Legal counsels were instructed to and quickly engage with the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, GHRA, to seek hotel properties willing to serve as quarantine sites. GHRA was later able to report that only the Days Inn, Wyndham Garden, Santa Fe, Perlis Court, and Pacific Star responded. All those facilities were ultimately utilized. On March 18, 2020, legal counsel contacted BBMR requesting for identification of funds to negotiate with facilities. BBMR provided a formula of $100 per room as for the budget of each property. This would be inclusive of meals, housekeeping services, and hotel occupancy taxes. BBMR also directed that it would be the certifying officer of the fund, and the director of the Department of Administration would serve as the clearing entity. Legal counsel communicated that to GHRA, and who in turn reported that the participating hotels agreed. Legal counsel utilized the previous template provided by the Office of the Attorney General and emailed the draft contract to the Office of the Attorney General to review for appropriateness. From March 18th to April 16th, legal counsel worked with the Office of Attorney General to draft that contract. Several versions were drafted due to not only the changes in funding sources, but also to the change in the use of the facilities. For example, the facilities were used for quarantine, isolation, and medical staff housing. On March 25th, 2020, legal counsel relinquished management of contracts and remainder of procurement to the Office of Civil Defense for completion. On March 26th, legal counsel was informed that the funding source previously identified by BBMR was not approved. BBMR indicated that it would continue to seek other funding sources, and due to this, legal counsel became involved again in the procurement. Legal counsel on April 15, 2020 sought the assistance of the Chief Procurement Officer to help complete the record. On April 16th, the Chief Procurement Officer suggested that pursuant to the executive orders, the procurement record may not need to be as detailed as what was previously suggested by the Office of the Attorney General. On April 16th, legal counsel preemptively provided Office of the Attorney General with emailed copies of the most recent, Pardon me. On April 16th, it was assumed that the draft record and the contracts would be fully executed and ready for a formal review. However, those were never transmitted to the Office of the Attorney General. On May 8th, 2020, the governor formalized her use of emergency powers invoked by Executive Order 2020-03 and pursuant to Chapter 19, Title 10 of the Guam Code annotated. On May 18th, even with the benefit of 1, a less heightened emergency, 2, a complete scope of work, 3, a funding source, 4, set rates, and 5, full attention dedicated to the procurement facilities, the government of Guam still needed nearly 2 weeks to procure 2 facilities on an emergency basis. Also included in this is a non-exhaustive list of applicable opinions and laws with emphasis added. The first is Attorney General Opinion 091089, which is attached to that memorandum. And if the body would like, the chairwoman would like, I could continue reading all the other non-exhaustive list of law that we thought would be.
Yeah, let's we can probably disseminate that letter to my colleagues. But if I'd like to interject here, so would you would you characterize your role as did you take the lead in procuring these facilities?
Ma'am, my statement is limited to what the governor has allowed me to state in a written statement. But if you're asking if I did what I wrote down on this document and have just read to you, then the answer is yes.
Okay, and under what authority were you using to procure? If you can cite any particular laws that authorized the procuring?
Ma'am, the Organic Act of Guam allows the governor to act in whichever way possible to make sure that she protects the health and safety of our people. At the time, there was no options provided to her. We were faced with certain pending emergencies, and I believe that the Organic Act of Guam and also all the other powers that are granted to her under Title 10, Chapter 19 of the Guam Code annotated, allowed her to direct me to do whatever she thought was fit at that time.
So looking at the executive order, so Executive Order 2020-03, it basically reiterates the Emergency Health Powers Act. And it says that pursuant to Section 19403A1, Chapter 19, Title 10, Guam Code Annotated, statutes, orders, rules, and regulations that prevent, hinder, or delay necessary action to prepare for or respond to the public health emergency, including but not limited to purchases and hiring, are hereby suspended. To your knowledge, were there any rules that have been suspended?
Ma'am, if you're asking me to specifically write out a memo for you to list out all the rules in the procurement law that were suspended, I could do that for you later time. I'm not able to resuscitate and recite everything that you're asking me to do right now.
I appreciate that, the follow-up. In your understanding of that suspension of statutes, does that allow for procurement authority? Does it equals authority to procure?
Man, again, I'm limited to, my role is to give advice to my client, which is the governor of Guam. If the legislature is asking for a legal opinion, I don't think I'm authorized to do that, ma'am.
Okay. So you were mentioning in your letter that there was at some point you were taking the lead in procurement, and then you basically handed it off to the Office of Civil Defense.
May I interject, ma'am? My statement was that I did not take the lead. I was directed to contact GHRA. I was not taking the lead in procurement.
Okay. So what was your role? If you could just explain your role in the obtaining, or in the role in getting the lease agreements with the hotels.
As I stated, ma'am, the statements I think are self-clarifying. There were no hotels or quarantine sites available. I was tasked to speak with GHRA. I found a funding source. I tried to get everything that could be done within the short amount of time. We've seen thousands of people coming to Guam and not knowing the extent of what COVID can do to our island at the time.
So who was the procuring officer? Who took the lead in this, in the procurement of the quarantine facilities?
And I think those are I've answered the questions that I can answer. If you're asking who was the procurement, it depends on what you're defining as procurement. I was tasked to try to get these hotels and try to do it as quickly as I can, and I believe I followed everything that I needed to do.
Okay, so can you speak to who was the procuring officer of these hotels, quarantine facilities? We'll just move on from that. Could you provide the committee with the SOPs for digital signatures?
I just recited it to you, ma'am, and it's in the, it will be in the letter that that was provided to you.
Okay. Can you give us a brief information of why FEMA was not able to reimburse for the quarantine facilities? What was the reason for the reduction?
I don't know if that's the case, and that's not within my realm, ma'am.
Okay, so I would like to give an opportunity. Well, I would like to move on to the next person.
That is Carlo Branch behind him.
Did you in any way negotiate with the hotels to get Guam a lease for these quarantine facilities?
Ma'am, at this moment, so that I don't overstep what my client has allowed me to say, I would like to defer to the written statement that has been read and previously provided to this committee.
All right, so I would like to give, first of all, I'd like to recognize Senator Will Castro and Senator Therese Terlahi, who has joined us. I would like to give my colleagues at least one round of questions for the Office of the Governor. So I would like to recognize Speaker Winnie Barnes. If you can unmute yourself, Speaker. Or if, if there's anyone who has signed up to ask questions.
Sijo Smasi, Madam Chair, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask my questions. And I did have a couple of parts, but maybe I'm just going to ask whoever can answer this from the government's perspective. I'm going to go ahead and preface this with 10 GCA Chapter 19, and I'm going to quote the definition of the Public Health Authority, the 10 GCA Chapter 19, Sub-Item L. The determination of Public Health Authority shall be determined by the governor based upon the circumstances of the public health emergency. That's one citation. The other one I have is the power of the governor, Chapter 19, 10 GCA, 19403A, emergency powers during a state of public health emergencies, Imagahagan Guahan may, and it talks about sub-item 2, utilize all available resources of the government of Guam as reasonably necessary to respond to the public health emergency. And then I will proceed on to chapter 19 of 10 GCA, section 19601, the protection of persons. During a state of public health emergency, the Public Health Authority shall use every available means to prevent the transmission of infectious disease and to ensure that all cases of contagious disease are subject to proper control and treatment. And then I will also note the governor's power to quarantine, which is Chapter 1910 GCA, Guam Code Annotated, which I would quote Section 19604, the authorization during the public health emergency, the Public Health Authority may isolate, consistent with the definition of isolation in Section 19103H, or quarantine, consistent with the definition of quarantine in Section 19103O, an individual or group of individuals. This includes individuals or groups who have not been vaccinated, treated, tested, or examined pursuant to Sections 19602 and 19603. The Public Health Authority may also establish and maintain places of isolation and quarantine and set rules, make orders, and failures to obey these rules, orders, or provision shall constitute a misdemeanor. So as I'm reading these citations or these provisions within 10 Guam Code Annotated Chapter 19, my question in part is for anybody on the administration, more specifically, if I don't know if this public health is here, how long how long would this delay the ability to quarantine passengers take if the emergency power procurement was not in place? And how long would it take for the procurement to be implemented if these provisions were not in place? And what is the potential impact for the island as a whole if this was not created? So I give that to anybody in the administration.
Ma'am, I can answer that for you. Are you asking that how much time it would have taken to use emergency procurement versus the emergency purchase power.
Yes. And
Ma'am,
of the effect of those passengers arriving based on, you talked about the dirty and others who were traveling back home or through, transiting through here, how many of that would have been in the general population without quarantine if those weren't procured either expeditiously or having to go through the timeline?
Ma'am, I don't have the numbers for you in terms of the amount of planes that were coming in, but we were expecting full planes on March 18th through the 22nd. In terms of the length and time, I can answer that based on our statement. It had taken us up until May 18th, and it took us 2 weeks to procure under an emergency procurement basis to get to facilities. And that is with the benefit of having the less heightened emergency, a complete scope of work, a funding source, a set rates, and the full attention of all of the necessary agencies to the procurement of these quarantine facilities. We did not have those benefits, ma'am, on March 17th. It came up on us, and we didn't have any facilities in sight. We didn't have a funding source, and we were lucky to have Miss Mary Rhodes that was able to help us do everything that she did and get these hotels that were all scared for the COVID-19 to help us in the way that she did, and we're very thankful for the GHRA.
Okay, so if you're saying the facilitation was with the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association with Mary Rhodes, was it facilitated with the administration through the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association or through the designee of Mary Rhodes, the price quotes for each of these hotels and the number of what could be utilized for that as all these hotels were mentioned?
Yes.
Say that again. The answer is?
The latter, ma'am. Was all the specifics were done by Miss Mary Rhodes, the GHRA. We just told her what our budget was.
And the facilitation to get all the price quotes was delineated in collaboration with GHRA or with Mary Rhodes. I'm sorry. GHRA.
Yes, the GHRA was the only method in which I'm not sure if you know, ma'am, but I've only been here for a few years and I don't have the contacts that other people do. And when I was tasked with this, I could only speak with the one woman that knew everything in this regard, and it was Miss Mary Rhodes from GHRA.
But the administration did receive a delineation of price quotes from Miss Rhodes.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Chair, I know you only asked for one question each, and I'm hoping that you can give me an opportunity to ask another question regarding. Okay.
In the interest of time, I would like to give opportunities for other senators if you can hold that question for later.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Regine Piscilli, you have the floor. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you everybody for joining us this evening. My question is with regard to the payment for hotels leased as quarantine facilities, as well as the tier 2 clinics. So I'm not sure if this is a question for Attorney Nguyen or maybe Mr. Byrne from DOA, but I wanted to ask, at today's press conference, the governor stated that tier 2 clinics have not received payment because the government has not received invoices from these clinics. And so I wanted to ask, why have these invoices not been submitted? Are tier 2 clinics under the impression that the government is not ready to accept them at this time, or just that these clinics haven't submitted the invoices yet? I'm just trying to wrap my mind around how we're able to procure hotel accommodations for quarantine facilities and why we haven't been able to pay these tier 2 clinics yet.
So how you need to unmute yourself?
So I'm not sure if that's a question for Hai or if it's a question for Mr. Byrne.
Oh, ma'am, I think the misconception, in terms of payment, I can tell you that answer. But in terms of the clinics, I can tell you that we don't have an MOU.
Okay. Vice Speaker Nelson, do you have a question?
No questions at this time, Madam Chair.
All right, I just want, so does anybody remember, I don't have a listing of who's next. Please message me. Okay, so I'll just go ahead with the follow-up question. So you were mentioning that you were in contact with Mary Rhodes from Hotel Restaurant Association, and she provided you with information. Who then procured the lease, or who then followed through with the leases of the quarantine hotels?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I really don't understand your line of question. I don't mean to be disrespectful, and I'm trying to answer your questions, but you keep on referring to that, and I can only tell you what I did, but I don't know what you are meaning by keep asking who's procuring or who's, I can only tell you what I've done.
Okay. So is it accurate to say that you, so in your communication with Mary Rhodes, did you ever reach out to Bart Jackson of Hotel Santa Fe or Sonardi Lee of Days Inn and Wyndham Hotel?
Ma'am, my statement will be the most accurate for you to refer to.
So in your recollection, did you know who then completed the procurement of the leased hotels or quarantine facilities?
Can I ask how you're defining procurement? Maybe that will help us guide
like
this
what the
along.
law says.
Sure. I can refer to the definition itself. That would help clear it up. Let me just look at the
Definition Title 5, ma'am.
I'm just going to refresh the stream, everyone. Just give me a second.
There's a definition for procurement there.
That was not what was used, ma'am.
It's going to continue up.
Okay. Can you clarify what the definition is in that Title 10 procurement?
There's no definition, ma'am.
There's no definition procurement. So what is the definition that you used?
The governor invoked her emergency purchase power. That's under, you didn't let me finish, or you opted to not have me read all the applicable laws. Would you like me to do that now? Would that be more helpful?
We can hear Carlo giving you the hints. Hi.
So you're basically stating that the procurement authority is under Title 10, and you use the word purchase. Is there a definition of purchase in that law?
So, ma'am, if I could just read you, there's words are used differently in Title 10. So in the law, when you might think there's a definition or something in one section, it might mean something else in another section. So that is the case when you compare Title 5 to Title 10.
Okay, so being that there's no definition, so how would you characterize purchase under Title 10?
Ma'am, I could read the law for you, but I can't give you an interpretation of it. But could I do that for you now?
Actually, I have the law itself, and under Title 10, the procuring authority is the public health authority. And to your understanding, who is a public health authority?
Ma'am, I don't believe that's what Title 10 says. In fact, I think the speaker articulated very well all the various parts of Title 10 that are relevant in this case. So she said it quite succinctly. And unfortunately, I can't give the legislature legal advice because you're not my clients, and I have a very limited ability with my license.
Okay, so Chapter 10, are we talking about the Emergency Health Powers Act? Is that what we're referring to? Just to be clear?
Title 10, Chapter 19.
Right, so the authority is granted to the Public Health Authority. And to your understanding, who has the Public Health Authority according to this law?
If I could just point you to the Organic Act and Title 10, Chapter 19, I believe that authority lies somewhere else. And again, I don't want to run into the risk of giving legal advice or doing anything outside of my scope. But I believe all of the law is there. The governor is the greatest authority when it comes to emergency situations.
Okay, so under Chapter 10, Title 10, Chapter 19, it states that the Public Health Authority is the director of the Department of Public Health. And according to the Executive Order 2020-30, it identifies the Public Health Authority as Director of Public Health and Social Services. She is the authority that has authority to procure. Under Executive Order 2020-03, it states under the approval of the governor. So really the authority is given to the Director of Department of Public Health and Social Services. The governor has been divested of any authority.
So, ma'am, if there's if you can give me a written question, then perhaps I can answer that better for you. I'm not going to pretend that I know all of the law and can do all the research ad hoc right now. But I would like to point out that there is the Organic Act 48 USC 1421 GA Public Health Services. I think that that might answer your question.
Okay, so I have other colleagues that would like to ask a question. Senator Marsh-Titano, you have the floor.
Zeus Masi, Madam Chair. So of the few questions, I think the one that might be most relevant now, I'll stick with that one. And I do want to mention before I go to that question is I really like the format of the questions that you have, and I really appreciated that the last question that you have in order is for us to look at this situation. We've mentioned so many times that it's unprecedented, that there are a lot of moving parts, there are things that we haven't had to do before. And so not only having an oversight to ensure that we understand the process was done properly, but for us all to be looking at whether there's any need going forward to change or improve the process. So I just wanted to mention that I thought that is a very valuable part of this oversight hearing. So my question is related to the holding fee of the unused rooms. And since Mr. Hun was part of that negotiation, on again, off again, perhaps he's the most, he's the one to best answer that as to how the holding fee of the unused rooms, how that was arranged and how the rate was arrived at.
Ma'am, I just got numbers and I worked with GHRA, and that is what was arrived at.
So you're saying that GHRA was the one who attained the numbers somehow, either negotiated or whatever, and you're not here to speak for her, but she was the one who provided you numbers, and at that point, there was or was not negotiation, or did you work with the numbers she provided?
Ma'am, I could read the portions over again. I don't know what you mean by holding fee. I can just tell you that I was given parameters after with working with Mary Rhodes. BBMR got parameters. I gave those parameters to Mary Rhodes, and that's where we ended up.
Okay, so you mentioned $100 fee per room, but I believe rooms that were not being used were also paid for. So are you saying that rooms that were used and rooms that were held to potentially be used, that those were also $100 a room?
The contracts that were with the governor's order to use emergency purchase powers, those indicate that there was $100 per room formula.
Okay, so the formula across the board. And was the deal that was presented to you by Ms. Rhodes, was it a hotel as a whole, like it was kind of all or nothing, that they were offering all, and that if you were to create a contract, it was going to be the whole hotel or a certain block of the hotel? And was it presented that way, and then that was what was accepted?
So, ma'am, I'm limited to my. I'm sorry that I couldn't disseminate it prior, but I believe if you, when you get the statement, that might answer your question. And also, if you review the contracts that were prepared but not ultimately executed in the traditional sense, you'll get those answers.
Okay, and I have been provided that because it arrives so close to this, along with the others, I have not had a chance to review it, but I think it will be important to review that. So I do have other questions, but I will wait until it goes around.
Okay, thank you, Senator Marsh. Senator Telotaitikmi, if you can unmute yourself.
Julius Masi, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak. And hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I know it's hard after work. You're all tired. Hopefully this will go by as quick as possible. And thank you so much, Hi, for being here today, coming on. There's been a lot of talk that you wouldn't come, so I'm glad to see that you're here. And, you know, since the last speaker was talking about Mary Rhodes, I just trying to put my head around this, that I've heard from Mary Rhodes personally that the only thing that she shared with you was a point of contact information for Santa Fe and Pacific Star. She was never present in the meetings with Santa Fe or Pacific Star, and that she was only in the first meeting with the Days Inn and the Wyndham. This is something I've heard from something she texted, actually. And it's unfortunate that she's not here, but I just got word that she's trying to call in right now, Madam Chair, to get online so that she can confirm exactly what transpired during these negotiations. And I think it would be very helpful, because hearing from this text that I received, it doesn't sound like she was the negotiator at all in these proceedings.
Oh, yeah.
And that being said, Madam Chair, I hope staff can try to get her on.
Let Mary talk.
I appreciate this this letter that you sent, and this dated chronologically on the dates and everything like that. But it's just so disingenuous to send it to us a half an hour before these meetings so that we can actually review these notes that you made or these comments that you made, so that we can, ask questions that pertain to it. For instance, the section where you said on the governor's legal office sought the director's digital signatures 5 times. Each time the director approved its use. And then this section here that says number 2, letters regarding use of mom shelters, April 1st, 2020, not finalized or published. Are you meaning to say that you used her signature on that letter, but you didn't send it out yet. Is that what that kind of means? That her signature, the director's signature was on there, but you didn't use it? And is this the letter in question as to what Linda has said on countless radio shows and public hearings that she does not recall signing anything? Is that the section you're talking about at number 2? Hi.
So first of all, ma'am, I'm sorry that you view my attempts to give this body as much information as possible and as clear as possible as disingenuous. I have been trying
It's just the time you provided to us a half an hour before this meeting, and it's just very okay. That's all.
There are just other matters that took my time as well while I was trying to work on it. So I apologize for that short duration. I'll try to do better next time.
Maybe we can do a follow-up. If we review this more, we can do a follow-up meeting maybe next time. Thank you. Anyways, continue. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, ma'am. The other issue, ma'am, is could you rephrase the last part in terms of the
two? Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's Mary Rhodes.
Letters that were mistakenly issued as part of the FOIA. That is correct. Those are the ones that were never finalized, but the signature was approved.
This is the letter that Linda DeNorsi claims she doesn't recall, right? Hi, is that the number 1, 2?
I don't believe that's a fair statement of what she has said, but I do think that my statement does explain what was the occurrence there.
I'm just taking from what she said on a couple radio stations when she came on. That's what she said. She does not recall these things. So just real quick, sorry, Madam Chair. The other thing I had is if these negotiations happened and I heard that payment was made before a contract was signed. Is that true to form?
Depends on what you're asking, ma'am. At this point, are you asking if there's contracts that have been signed already?
No, I think Mr. Byrne was trying to answer that one. He might be a better person to ask, but from what I heard that these quarantine facilities, some payments were actually made prior to the signature of any contract or any agreement that was made. Is that, and I guess Mr. Byrne or Homeland Security might want to chime in here, Charles, because wouldn't you have to also agree to these payments?
So I'm not a member of Homeland Security. I'm a member of Office of Civil Defense.
Sorry.
So I can only speak upon things that were procured to our office.
Okay, so it wasn't procured. Okay, so Ed Byrne, then I guess was there any payment made?
Hello, Governor. My understanding is this: that some payments were made, but there is no there's no signed agreement. So some payments were made, but none of these had any signed agreement. Some of these payments were made in about 6 weeks ago. Some of them were made when I received an instruction from the governor to make the payments.
Oh, okay. So that answers my question. So, Madam Chair, I'll reserve the remaining questions, but this, I think, may be extended to even more investigation onto how do you make a payment for something that has never been signed into an agreement. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll reserve for the remaining.
Senator, next.
May I articulate on that just to make sure that the context is clear here? So under the emergency power, the governor did issue an order citing the power, and I think that's attached to all the contracts that we did send to your office, Madam Chairwoman. And that is the authority that Director Byrne was working under.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator telepathically. Next on the list is Senator Amanda Shelton. You have
Put
the floor.
Mary on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone, for being here today.
Oh my goodness.
Attorney Quinn, I appreciate the timeline that you provided for us, and yes, I will need some time to digest it a little more, but I'm looking at the March 17 date that you provided, and can you just provide us a little more context about this situation? So you were relying on Homeland Security to condemn a hotel. Can you explain to us why that process didn't go through, and who was it that instructed you to, as a legal counsel, to begin the process on your own, since the Homeland Security route didn't work out?
So, ma'am, I don't believe that was a full, accurate recitation of the statement. But I can tell you that the governor ordered me to act, and I acted, and the rest of the information would be in that statement. Would you like me to read that again, ma'am?
Well, if you can just give context to the line about Homeland Security's reliance on condemning a certain hotel was not approved. Can you give explanation as to why it wasn't approved?
Perhaps condemning is a much. Ma'am, I have to stick to my statement, but if you could refer to the various laws that I gave you on the end of that memo, you can see the differences between emergency purchase versus condemning and taking someone's property without their consent.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Shelton. Next person is, so before we continue, I'd like to welcome Mary Rhodes. Thank you for joining us, as well as I believe Lester Carlson. Is he here still?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where are you, Lester? Are you able to put your visual on the screen?
Ma'am, I'm a little bit impaired in that regard, but I'm here. Audio, I'm following everything. I'm available.
Okay, before we continue, I would like to request Sergeant at Arms to swear you in.
I swear.
So for both Mary Rhodes and Lester Carlson.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
To see Lester Carlson, Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but how can we tell that Lester Carlson is lifting up his right hand on the swearing in, Madam Chair? So we need him visually.
Senator, technically, you've known me for a long time. I've had a difficult time getting on this thing. Ask Mr. Evan, ask Mr. Barry. I've been trying very hard to participate. So with all due respect, I am here.
Well, with all due respect, I think the Sergeant of Arms needs to see you, Lester. And yes, I've known you for a long time. Thank you for making the attempt to come on, but the Sergeant of Arms needs to see you.
Tom, can you see me?
No, I just see a sign logo.
Love you, Tom. Hey, Tom, but you know who I am, Tom. I affirm, Tom.
Madam Chair, let me know what the instructions are.
Madam Chair, I presented this issue to you ever since this morning. It took me a very, very long, difficult time to participate. I am participating.
We did offer our visual conferencing.
Yes, and I respectfully declined due to social distancing. So let's put this on the record. Yes, you did, and yes, I declined respectfully because of social distancing. I do not want to expose myself unnecessarily. I am an at-risk person. I don't want to do that. So thank you. I'm participating.
I feel that since he's done,
Accept the swearing in. We can today, Madam Chair, if I may interject, please. We can affirm that Mr. Lester Carlson is on. We can attest his voice. A lot of us know his voice. If we could just, for Sergeant at Arms, have him affirm, that should be at least And we can also do information and voice tracing to affirm that it is. Please go ahead and accept the Sergeant of Arms to do the swearing in. Please, so in the interest of time. I think his testimony is important. I'm sorry, Senator Tello?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just that, I think the Sergeant at Arms needs to see that his right-handed. I have no objections of Lester contributing in, but, he doesn't have the ability to be sworn in, but I don't mind hearing what he has to say.
Yes, it does. That is inadequate for swearing. So I guess with a qualification that, he hasn't been sworn in properly, he can contribute to the conversation, but he's not properly sworn in. President, I'm looking to swear in Mary Rose at this time.
Go, Mary.
Hello? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, raise your right hand, and I guess you can participate as well, Lester. Under penalties of perjury, do you all affirm that any and all information that you provide today, whether it be verbally, electronically, and in writing, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
I affirm.
Okay, Madam Chair. They're on the oath.
Madam Chair, if I may, this is against our own standard operating procedures and the rules we've put together for public hearings. Every participant is required to have their face visible. That's our own rules, Madam Chair.
Senator Rangel?
Shut up, Lester. Just answer
Was
the
that
damn
Senator
questions,
Rangel?
Lester.
Yes, it's me.
Thank you, sir. I refer the body to the current budget law, Chapter 13, Administrative Section, Part 1, Section 2. It reads, no appointing authority, manager, supervisor, or public officer in any branch of Government of Guam shall require or exert undue influence on any classified or unclassified employee of any branch of the Government of Guam to maintain or utilize for employment-related duties at such employee's personal expense any form of wireless or internet communications, phone, tablet, desktop, or laptop computer.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Carlson. I understand. What I'm trying to say is that if the chair was unable to get you on visually, then you should be excused from the hearing, is what I'm saying.
If that's what you guys want, that's fine with me. I'm willing to participate. I'm citing statute. You guys have standing rules. I believe statute overrules your standing rules.
Can we get legal counsel to weigh in on this at some point?
Madam Chair, you are the presiding officer of this hearing, and so whatever call you make is what we will continue with. You began this hearing by going through your list of rules, and so it's really up to you as the presiding officer, the chairperson of this hearing, to guide us.
Okay, thank you. I think that Mr. Carlson, I would like to invite you on another oversight hearing. So if you could please, at this time, we'll forward you questions. So I would have to ask the host to re-invite you at the next oversight hearing with the visual capabilities.
John Huggins says $800
When I have the
laptop
visual
bag, but no
capabilities
laptop.
at my office, which I explained to your office, I would be more than glad to do so. Thank you very much.
Get out of here, Lester. Nobody loves you.
All right, moving on. So, Senator
Lester the
Will Castro,
liar.
do you have any questions at this time?
Senator Moya. Let
me go ahead and unmute myself. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the privilege. I had the opportunity to hear legal counsel mention that it wasn't his realm at Adelup to oversee procurement, and I can respect that. However, having been a member of the cabinet and also a member of the governor's senior advisory team, based on my experiences, usually that's how we would discharge the duties that are assigned to the governor, be delegated to a member of the senior staff, and then vis-a-vis down all the way down to cabinet. So my question then would be to Mr. Hyun, if you were not overseeing or it wasn't your realm at Adelup to oversee procurement activity, could you suggest, to the best of your knowledge, who was within Adelup who had at least supervisory authority or some kind of a role to guide the procurement process forward? That would be my question, my first question. Thank you, Chair.
Well, he said Mary Rose did it.
Sir, I can only tell you what I did and what I was voted to do.
Okay, Madam Chair, I understand you limited it to, was that one question? I'm sorry, could you repeat that, or could I carry on another one?
One question at this time, please.
Okay, that's fine. I respect the rules, and I'll go ahead and yield the time. Thank you. I do have a couple questions for the next round.
Thank you. Senator Monin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand that the questions for this oversight are about the procurement for the situation that we are currently in. And these are questions I hope to get answered. And from the start, I understand on April 1st of 2020, we had 4 backdated letters that emerged with digital signatures from the Department of Public Health and Social Services Director, Linda DeNorsi. And on her signature was on them. And these are the letters which designated these specific hotels, which many of us are talking about, as quarantine facilities, which we have a lot of questions about. And of course, we've had been the subject of much discussion over the past few weeks all over the place, right? And so here are the questions that I want to know, and I came here to get answered. And first off, I want to know who reached out to Director DeNorsi, because during the public hearing some 10 days ago, I asked the director and was told by the director she does not recall, and was also stated that she hasn't seen the letters. So who designated to reach out to her for her authorization? And does anyone recall even having a conversation with the director or even attaining her authorization? And was she actually involved in the procurement? And finally, who proceeded with adding these signatures to letters, or were they just added on because of good faith? So I understand Hai's statement, and I appreciate that. If others want to answer, that would be great. And if Mr. Hai has to refer back to a statement, so be it. But I came here to ask these questions, and I think the majority of us want to know the answers to these questions, and I would appreciate it if they could be answered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's right.
Could I defer to Mr. Esteves to let you know what these documents really were? They were not procurement documents.
Well, who got her signature? That was
certainly. If someone can kindly shed light on this, it would be great. Please.
So today, the documents from Public Health, so they're not procurement documents. They're to get approval for the use of non-congregate shelter for potential reimbursement under the FEMA Public Assistance Program. So part of getting the approval for the request for reimbursement is a public health assessment. So we're currently on our second request. And so in our first extension, 3-day extension, we received a letter from Public Health basically assessing the need for a non-congregate shelter to be used as a quarantine/isolation facility. So those letters are not for procurement, but they were specifically for the purpose of getting approval from the FEMA Regional Administrator for non-congregate shelter use. Because normally during any other emergency, we have congregate shelters such as our schools, gyms, our tier 1 and tier 2 facilities. So just to let you know, they weren't, the purpose of it wasn't for procurement.
Thank you. And I understand that part.
So was the signature there with her authority or not, whether it's procurement or non-procurement? Did she have knowledge of this or did she not? Whether or not if you defined it as procurement or not, the question is who put on the signature? Who allowed the signature to come on of these documents that she does not recall? Please.
So I can't answer that, Senator. I do know that those documents were not transmitted. We did receive documents. I guess there was some error with the date or wherever the case may be, but yeah. So I don't know how the signature was affixed to it. I just can tell you that we did receive subsequent documents that were transmitted, and so we can provide a copy of those documents at a later date if needed.
So who did?
So, yes, thank you, Senator Moylan. I just would like to follow up with that question. So we did receive some information. So this is the question to Laurie, to Monik. So we did get some information regarding that, the direction in how the digital signatures were used. Can you explain what happened at that point, or how were the digital signatures of the Norsi in your account of things? What was the instruction that you received?
Those specific letters?
Yes, and what were the instructions that were given to you?
Yes, so I received direction from legal counsel to affix Linda's digital signature upon the letters. It stated that they did receive approval from Director DeNorsi. Upon receiving the direction, I fixed it and emailed it back to legal counsel's office.
At that time when you did that, so what was the source of the digital signature?
I'm sorry.
So
you're asking who's?
Yeah, so how did you?
Was acquired?
Yes.
Okay, so I received permission from Director DeNorsi to use a digital signature. This was in the beginning of the pandemic.
Okay, so you had in your possession the digital signature of Linda DeNorsi prior to the request or the instruction.
Prior to the request of this specific these specific documents, yes.
And who instructed you to do that?
I'm sorry.
Was who instructed you to put the signatures on documents?
All direction came from legal office as far as affixing Director DeNorsi's signature on the document.
And how was her approval received? Or how did you know that she give her approval?
I can only speak to the direction received. When I received the directions, they all stated that they received Director DeNorsi's approval for the use of her digital signature.
And what is the normal protocol in regards to use of her digital signature? Were you informed of any protocols?
The steps I'm familiar with are if there are documents that are needing her signature, if she's unable to, for whatever reason, provide a wet signature, they would ask her permission for it, whether it be an email or over the phone. And once they receive approval, they would send me direction to affix her digital signature on the documents.
And what follow through regarding, notifying her and perhaps an email saying that we follow through with your approval? Was there any follow through in communicating with Director DeNorsi that her digital signature was used?
I can recall at least one time where she was as part of the email thread. I don't remember which document it was, and I can't say if that happened for each document where a digital signature was affixed.
So she was, so just to confirm, she was in, she knew that you had, or also the governor had her digital signature.
Oh, yes, she was aware.
Thank you very much. So a question for Chuck, Charles Esteves. I'm sorry just state your name, your position, and agency?
Hoffaday, my name is Charles Esteves. I'm the administrator for the Office of Civil Defense.
Okay. And to your understanding, does your agency have procurement authority? Or if you do, to what extent?
No, so we are a coordinating agency, and we don't have a procurement authority. The way we understand it, procurement authority from our standpoint, when we coordinate for resources is through GSA.
Thank you. And so
I just want to state though that that's when we coordinate for resources specifically, because there are other agencies with their own procurement authorities, such as the autonomous and semi-autonomous agency that will conduct their own procurement during emergencies. So we are not, a source for procurement. We're just simply a resource coordination element.
Okay, so when Executive Order 2020-03 was declared or released, in it says that you were supposed to take the lead in procurement. What was your understanding of that role?
Are you talking about Section 7 of the EO?
Yes.
Yeah, so it said Guam Homeland Security Office Civil Defense to lead agency for logistics. So it says we shall lead agency for logistical organization, direction of resources, and procurement of any goods and services relative to this executive order. But it doesn't mean that we are the procuring authority. It just means that we can utilize, or we can coordinate for resources through emergency procurement. And at least that's how I understand it to be. So just to let you know, I've worked several storms before. We have 4 open disasters. So we have Typhoon Howlong, Dolphin, Mancun, and Mutip. So this will be the fifth open disaster that we have. So there are simultaneous procurement actions going on. I can only tell you what was conducted and coordinated through our office, but I can't speak for any of the actions that happened prior to.
Thank you for clarifying that. So basically, you're confirming that you have no procurement authority at this time, and that you work through DSA as your procuring authority.
Correct.
Okay, so can you explain who was in the lead as far as procuring quarantine facilities? So your agency is one of the co-leads for disaster or during this pandemic. What role did they in?
So there are 2 agencies. So just to let you know, Guam Homeland Security and Office of Civil Defense are 2 separate agencies. The Office of Civil Defense was created by Title 10, Chapter 65, and so my duties and responsibility as the Administrator for Office of Defense. I serve as the Governor's agent in the administration supervision of all response activity operations. Also as provided in the Guam Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan. So during the declared emergency or disaster event, I serve as the Territory Coordinating Officer if you're given a presidential disaster declaration. I also serve as counsel to the Governor on emergency management issues. I ensure that, the Territory is prepared to deal with large-scale emergencies. And also we just provide just guidance on potential reimbursements to the FEMA Public Assistance Program. Prior to this disaster, I was not involved. So the primary lead prior to this was Guam Homeland Security at the lead of the Homeland Security Advisor, Tim Mulligan.
Okay, and so during this pandemic, what was your role in the procuring of the quarantine facilities?
So like I said, prior to this emergency and the actual emergency declaration, and then even several weeks into it, most of the coordination was being done by Guam Homeland Security. And so there was emergency procurement going on for PPE, cleaning supplies. And so we have all tickets in our system record called DLAN, Disaster Land. And in it, we keep records on resources requested by different government Guam agencies. So I was not involved with the procurement of quarantine facilities or the planning of quarantine facilities if they needed specific resources in support of any sort of operations, such as security resources from SF-13, Public Safety and Security, if they needed National Guard support, That's where the Emergency Operations Center came in through the utilization of response activity coordinators in one of 16 emergency support functions. And from there, we coordinated for resources. But I was not asked to facilitate or come into basically to assist with the coordination or the procurement of quarantine facilities or isolation facilities. And that was a Homeland Security function. And just to let you know that when the governor declared a state of emergency, that's when I assumed incident command. But incident command said it's primarily coordination of resources. And so if a resources was actually submitted to DLAN and requested through us, then we would work to first utilize government of Guam assets and resources. So for example, if we needed vehicles, we would ask ESF1 Transportation, do you have vehicles available with DPW, GRTA, and all the different government of Guam agencies in that emergency support function. After the agencies, if they come back and they say that we do not have resources available for whatever reason, then we start going towards emergency procurement. And the fund source that we utilize is the $250K that is given to us with the management of the emergency.
So you're basically saying that you were not involved in the procurement of the quarantine facilities, is that correct?
Correct. That was not a function of civil defense. That was a function of Guam Homeland Security.
Okay. So this is a question for Chief Procurement Officer Claudia Faji. So if you can unmute yourself, please. So in regards to the question of quarantine facilities, so what is the relationship between Office of Homeland Security and GSA? Are you in charge of procuring the procurement process?
Yes, I am. So in any emergencies, whatever, as Charles Esteves mentioned earlier, whatever is submitted through the DLAN, and they exhaust the reaching out to the government agencies that can possibly maybe provide those services or equipments. If none is available, then we will work together to acquire the goods or services that's needed during the emergency situation.
So in regards to the procurement of quarantine facilities, what was your involvement with that, and what was the earliest that you were involved in the procurement of those facilities?
On May 9th is when we actually GSA received a requisition from Homeland Security to procure for quarantine or the QFAC facilities.
Okay, so the fact of the matter is that the quarantine facilities were used much earlier before May 9th. To your recollection, who was doing the procurement prior to that?
I'm not aware, Madam Chairman. I had no involvement before May 9th.
Claudia's like, I ain't going to jail, Madam Chair.
Okay, so the question goes for Director Byrne. So there was some information regarding that invoices had to be paid. Were you at all? What was the? And there was some information that invoices were paid. So hearing that, there was no. Were you aware that? Or at what point were you aware that quarantine facilities were being procured?
I was not.
At what point were you aware, though?
I'm not aware that you asked me, were quarantine facilities being procured? I was not aware.
So why'd you pay it?
Okay, so, but in the news, they had, the news broke up on May 2nd, where there were invoices, unpaid invoices. Were you aware at that time and May 2nd?
Well, if it was in the news, of course I was aware, and the invoices, as you just said, were unpaid.
Okay. But there is information that I have here that says that these invoices were paid. And what was the basis for the payment if we do not have any record of procurement?
Which invoices are you referring to, Senator?
I would have to find the email, but I believe $142,000 were paid related to the quarantine facilities, the leases plus laundry services. What was the basis of their payment if there was no record of procurement of these quarantine facilities?
Could you repeat which invoices were paid?
I don't have a record, but in one of the email threads, there is a mention of $142,000 that were paid.
Which emails, Senator?
I'll find it.
He knows
let me
which
go
one.
back
Shut
to
up, Ed.
Procurement Officer Claudia. So on May 9th was the first time you had any information regarding procurement of quarantine facilities. Did it raise any flags to you that, or first of all, were you aware that quarantine facilities were being procured prior to that date?
I kept hearing, about quarantine facilities being used again through the media and everything. And I received emails from Mr. High and Tony Babauta, the former chief of staff, regarding the what transpired, or trying to explain that they need some assistance in reviewing documents. But then after meeting with Mr. Lester Carlson, he mentioned that there were payments made already. So I'm like, it's a done deal. I mean, there's nothing I can do.
Oh yeah, Claudia.
Okay.
Go back to Ed Burns, Sabina.
Senator, or Madam Chair, this is Carl Branch, I'm Director of Policy for the Office of the Governor. And maybe I can provide the distinction, which I think the chair is looking for.
Swear him in.
And what I would say is, it's difficult to fit a Title V peg into a Title X hole. And what I mean by that analogy is, traditional procurement was not used in this process. The governor's emergency power to purchase under a completely separate title was used. And that is the legal justification as a matter of policy behind the actions which you are now attempting to exercise oversight.
So is Linda Darcy here? Is she present?
Yes, I am.
Linda, were you aware of any of the procurement of these quarantine facilities?
You are so smart, Sabina.
The discussion was done, but I was aware because we had to prepare for the flights that were coming in, specifically for the main flight from the Philippines, which was March 19th, that I remember that vividly because I had to appear in court because I had to involuntary quarantine several passengers.
So what's the earliest that you heard about procurement of quarantine facilities?
It would have to be before March 19th because these passengers had to be at the facility prior to then.
And at that point, who was leading the procurement process?
Well, I certainly was not the one leading it, that's for sure. I believe that the procurement process was supposedly be at the beginning it was I think Homeland Security, and then later on Homeland Security with him again, then later on it transitioned on to changes, and then I only know that certain people were taking the lead, and then I found out that High was in charge of doing all the negotiations with the different hotels. That's all I know as far as I'm concerned.
Madam Chair, it's difficult to hear the director. If she can kindly increase her volume or move the microphone closer, please. Thank you.
I can give you a more
Yeah. asking me the question. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, yes, it had to be before March 19. That I remember very vividly because we were expecting the Philippines flight to come in, especially because I remembered it very well because we had to force several passengers from the Philippine flight to go on involuntary quarantine. And I had to appear in court to justify the involuntary quarantine. So obviously they were placed at the hotels because I had to go back and look at the records and indicate that to the Attorney General's office to give them a listing of all the passengers that arrived and all the passengers that had involuntarily quarantined in order to prepare for the court hearing. Okay. So your question was who was in charge of the procurement that you people couldn't hear. I certainly was not taking the lead on that, that's for sure. It started originally with Tim Uggan, that Tim was involved as Homeland Security, and I believe he was assigned to get the quarantine sites. He was there, and also we had a couple meetings together with John Kanata and Tim and myself with Mary Rhodes, just to discuss possible places and to see the fact that we were preparing, should we need an area, we need to figure out, where these places are going to be. But other than that, later on, it shifted from Tim, and then I no longer attended. I think it was just a couple meetings, and that was it, just to help with the coordination of what we wanted. In public health's perspective, my role was to just show them that we need a place so that there's no cross-contamination of a patient that were to come. If we're going to get a quarantine facility, it cannot be having a place that easily can transmit the virus. So they had to have a specific negative air pressure. I was providing all that information so that was very well known on the public health side. And that's my only role, that was pretty much just consulting on what was the need for the prevention of cross-contamination of any individuals being infected. And so then I found out that it shifted from Tim Uggan at Homeland Security to, I believe it went now to Hai. So Hai was doing the negotiations, and that's what I know.
So Hai, would you concur with that?
Madam Chair, can we please confirm if Mr. Carlos Branch was also sworn in, please, since she's offering input? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Who was sworn in?
Thank you. So, can you confirm, Mr. Branch, if you were sworn in?
Yes, I did twice.
Thank you very much. So Hai, can you confirm so that at some point you took the lead in the procurement of the hotels?
Ma'am, if I could I don't know how to better answer that question for you, so I'll ask Mr. Branch if he can articulate.
Sure. Madam Chair, I think what we would express is the governor was the procuring officer during the course of this particular event. She, as the governor of Guam, in the middle of a public health emergency, exercised her emergency purchase power. So she was the primary person. She did give direction to legal counsel, and legal counsel's direction has been summarized in his written statement.
And again, you're citing which law gives her that procurement authority?
Ma'am, we repeatedly referenced you to the emergency purchasing power under Title 10, Chapter 9.
You mean Chapter 19?
Sorry, yes, Chapter 19, I apologize.
So in that act, actually identifies the public health authority, who is Linda DeNorsi.
That's right,
and
sister.
I think what the document which you have read, or hopefully will read, will indicate in the citation of case law and other statutes is that, in fact, in accordance with the Organic Act of Guam and other laws, the public health authority is ultimately the governor of Guam.
ma'am, if I could also give you another citation, it's under 2 CFR 200.317 and 200.330. That talks about that the recipient of the federal funds is the procuring authority.
Okay, so that's federal law, so that's slightly different from the local law. But I just want to go.
Federal law rules, ma'am, in terms of federal funds.
Yes, we'll go into that a little bit later. So going back to the procurement of facilities, so I have an email here that says that basically, so Safaji, you were CC'd on all the emails, or most of the emails regarding a lot of the procurement process. Can you explain, so given the testimony by Linda DeNorsi, can you explain what was your role at that point on March 20th? So there was an email from Lester Carlson to HI stating about procurement relating to the laundry services. So that's one of the earliest ones, or March 19th I have some emails regarding it in which you were CC'd. Can you explain what was your role at that point?
Madam Chair, although the emails indicate that I was CC'd, copies, I really didn't understand, what was going on because I had no participation. I just see these emails, laundry services, food services, I believe, but all those, as I understood, was something that was already procured without I had no involvement in them.
Okay, and what do you think the reason for that was? Why were you not? Because you're the Chief Procurement Officer, you oversee the procurement for the Office of Homeland Security and Office of Civil Defense and the Office of the Governor. Why were you not taking lead in all of this?
I believe when an emergency is executed or an executive order is issued by the governor under the emergency procurement, as is customary, we actually work hand in hand with the Office of Homeland Security. And in this case, as mentioned in Chapter 10 of the health emergency, as we were reading the executive order, it did not delineate that the governor suspended either the 5 GCA, which is the procurement statute, or the 2GAR, the regulations, the procurement rules and regulations. And Chapter 10 did specifically say that if she was going to, bypass all those or execute her powers, that it will be stated through an executive order. So my understanding is that we were, again, communicating closely with the Homeland Security Office, since in any form of emergency, that we, again, work through the DLAN system, so that, again, we're always thinking of reimbursement. Okay, and we again, based on our experience, we're familiar with what kind of procedures FEMA is looking for in terms of making sure that we meet our local procurement statutes as it relates to the procurement process. So we were relying and working closely with the Homeland Security, which is, of course, the certifying officer, Ms. Marie Kenga. And we have this, of course, working relationship that we always communicated in terms of the needs of the island to like a pandemic like this or any emergency situation. So we always had that good understanding of actually executing these emergency procurement as it relates to the emergency situation. So our understanding is, since it wasn't stated on the EO, on the executive order, anywhere, that again the governor has, was empowered to suspend any of the existing or pre-existing statutes or regulations. Our understanding, at least me as the Chief Procurement Officer, my understanding is that we work closely with the Office of Homeland Security, because again, we're under this emergency.
Wow.
Okay. So you mentioned clearly that you work hand in hand with the Office of Civil Defense and Office of
Homeland Security.
What about the Office of the Governor?
Normally during an emergency, again, because we want to make sure that the documentations and how it's filtered through, because we look forward to getting these reimbursements. And so we work closely with the Homeland Security Office or the folks.
Okay, so you did not have a close working relationship with the Office of the Governor. Is that what you're saying?
Not normally on emergency situations. We work hand in hand with the Office of Homeland Security and Civil Defense. And I guess the reason is, again, you know, with cabinets, they take care of their meetings, and then whatever the briefing is, whatever is needed during the emergency situations, then it gets passed through Homeland Security and filtered to GSA. Just making sure that the communication is open.
Claudia Akfaji, the Chief Procurement Officer, has just told the Oversight Committee that the governor never suspended 5 GCA, which contains the procurement regulations for the island, or Title II with the rules and regulations governing procurement in her executive order. She just defied everything that Hai Hyun and Carlo Branch said.
I'm wondering if I can chime in.
I'm sorry, who is this?
This is Mary from GHRA. Mary Rose.
Yes, Mary, please do.
Yeah, I think it's important to note, I know that there's some inquiries. Sorry, I was on the Economic Advisory Task Force Working Group earlier, so I couldn't attend on time with this. But I just want to give you, since you asked earlier about a timeline, just to let you know, a lot of this did start off technically as Department of Public Health Social Services Director Linda Denoisi mentioned. We participated earlier in January. And so I think under the FOIA request, I did get some inquiries from media about an email that I sent to the government with regards to quarantine questions, even starting January. It is part of our pandemic plan to look at possible shelter in place, because GHRA serves on, similar to what Charles Estevez said, mentioned earlier, there are 13 different ESF groups for emergency planning for FEMA. And GHRA is part of the vocational nonprofit organizations that serve in ESF 6. ESF 6 for mass shelter in place. And so it's part of our pandemic plan. We needed to do this outreach in January. This is way before mandatory quarantine took place. So you will see in the FOIA request, there was information we were gathering. In advance of our pandemic workshop, we conducted with public health together, where the chief of staff had spoken together with customs, and the airport authority, Tomata. So we held a couple of workshops in January and early February. And so it was our task to look for quarantine already and to see which hotels would operate, but not just for quarantine for mass scale, but also just quarantine floors. If in case we get tourists coming in and they have to quarantine at the hotel. So you need to know that quarantine started at the beginning in January when we had to do work on the pandemic plan. It is part of our regular pandemic plan. So that's one set of quarantine, okay, for non-Manila travelers before even the executive order went into effect. The second query that went out after January was later in February and March. And then the March one was more urgent, and that was a direct request from Homeland Security, similar to, again, what Mr. Estevez talked about. Homeland Security would normally put a request through DLAN, but we weren't activated yet. That activation took place on Sunday, March 16th. We had already gotten requests last part of February, first part of March, to start looking for facilities who had answered yes to our queries, because they had already anticipated if they are going to do any kind of mandatory quarantine, they have to have the hotels ready to go, because they weren't going to follow the Guam plan. The Guam plan requires that UOG and the Dededo Sports Complex serve as those facilities for quarantine. And it was just going to be difficult to put people in those kinds of facilities that would probably create a work situation when you're doing mass care for quarantine. So they really looked to the hotels to participate in that. So normally GHRA would participate in ESF 6 for mass care in this situation, but we couldn't put a ticket in DLAN because we weren't activated yet at Homeland Security. So this was a direct request from Homeland Security to GHRA to follow up on where we were going based on my conversations with Director Linda DeNorsi. We had been working closely already for those 3 months. I was actually there March 16th when the governor made the announcement for the mandatory quarantine that went into effect. I had met with the Chief of Staff and Homeland Security Advisor Tim Uggan right after she made that announcement, and then middle of the night when we had to pull all stakeholders in. We had multiple meetings with hotels, the airlines, tour agents, and even the airport authority to talk about mandatory quarantine going into effect Monday. And so at that time, I needed to provide a good list of hotels who said yes. Unfortunately, none of the hotels said yes to quarantine. Just so you know, you will see under the FOIA request, they all said no. So I had to make personal calls because it was a matter of urgency to get to the hotels who would possibly say yes, who did not answer our survey. And that was to Days Inn, Wyndham, and Cortec initially, and Hotel Santa Fe. Those 4 hotels said yes outside of our initial surveys, and they never responded to our 3 surveys. So that was March 16th when we put those hotels into effect. And then we had a meeting. We had meetings with, I was only present in the initial meeting with Bayview and Days Inn and Wyndham. And the meeting was actually at the Homeland Security Advisor's office, Tim Uggan, together with legal counsel, to talk about the, if they're in agreement, what the terms would be, because initially I suggested federal rates based on FEMA, because that, not based on FEMA, federal rates because they're already approved by Congress, and that's what FEMA would see normally under lodging is federal rates. And so those rates were renegotiated in those meetings at Homeland Security. But that does not mean that the procurement process doesn't continue. But just so you know, in this time, it wasn't a normal situation where like a DLAN ticket would be created because we hadn't been activated yet at that point. Those conversations were taking place only after March 16th where we activated. And that's really where Homeland Security should have looped back in, I think, with FEMA, especially since we're in the same building, that we tie the loose ends, right, to make sure all contracting takes place. But I was only involved initially in Days Inn and Wyndham and Hotel Santa Fe. Pacific Star only came in a couple days later when the direction on Manila, non-Manila travelers were taking place. And we heard that President Duterte was going to close down the airport. We knew that Days Inn and Wyndham weren't going to be sufficient enough, and Hotel Santa Fe, because imagine every flight that comes in Manila full with residents and other types of travelers, but mostly residents, coming back from Manila because the airport was closing. We had a matter of 2 to 3 days to get another hotel, a large hotel. And so Pacific Star called us and they said that they now want to go in. And so those conversations took place after that directly with HSA advisor and with legal counsel. From that point, I was not participating because my role with GHRA, what we normally do is we also sit in our own, we have a rack that GHRA sits with GDP. And our role at that point went from coordinating and facilitating the hotel requests to actually working with public health and GPD with the middle of the night screenings. And so I was working with Director DeNorsi on middle of the night flights with the Airport Authority and Customs on clearing all passengers to go to those hotels. And so we also had to activate, I have to be clear, we had to activate additional hotels for non-Manila travelers. And that was Leo Palace, Fiesta, Outrigger, and Hilton. Those 4 hotels, as well as Days Inn, Wyndham, Hotel Santa Fe, and I believe Pacific Star, but I wasn't involved in Pacific Star. They all had walkthroughs with public health, CDC, fire department, Guam Police Department, and Homeland Security. So all those agencies were involved as a site assessment prior to them even getting turned on as a quarantine facility. So I have to say that somewhere in between there, all the agencies were involved with probably the lack of GSA, but the question is probably who needed to be involved at that point to make sure procurement protocols and documentation took place at that point. But I have to say in the beginning, because the way it happened, and that's the timeline I think that you're looking for. After March 30th, when we stood down because the flights already decreased and the flight coming in was Honolulu, that's when I went over to the USS Roosevelt project where we had to activate hotels within 36 hours. So I already moved on there. But that whole period between March 19th and March 30th, I was only staying with the income flights and placing them in the hotels and doing walkthroughs with public health, CDC, fire, and the police department and Homeland Security. Any questions on that timeline and activities by GHRA in facilitating?
No, that's very thorough. Thank you so much, Ms. Rhodes. Okay, so there's a gap here, 316, 330. So Office of Homeland Security was perhaps in the know in regards to these quarantine facilities. So the procurement system, goes through GSA. And so I guess my question is, what was GSA not involved, or what was your involvement at this point? Because you're GSA is the overseeing, is the agency that oversees its procurement. And
Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, sorry. I've been at Homeland Security probably 15 years now, 14, 15 years. And a lot of times when we do things through DLAN, those requests go through the agencies and helping with different organizations. And so a lot of times those things are procured under emergency. And GSA, correct me if I'm wrong, Chuck, do you know if GSA has a seat in RAC?
They do. So they have 2 seats, one under ESF 5 emergency management, also under ESF 7 for resource support. Then also there is the DPW's procurement for ESF 3 public works engineering. So they do have multiple seats.
And DPW was there because that's how we were procuring the transportation for the buses from the airport. So I guess that would beg the question of how did transportation get covered and also public health during all that time? It would fall under all of those same activities because every time we received tourists, or Manila travelers and non-Manila travelers, we had to deal with health screenings at the airport, working with airport and customs, and then DPW transferred them to the hotel. And then also the guard, or not the guard at the time, but Guam Police Department had to be coordinated at that time to provide perimeter, but also assistance inside the hotel. And Dazen and Wyndham and Santa Fe all had public health employees, but also DOE transferred volunteer nurses and other government staff all working in the hotels. So I would think that all of those decisions, this should not be a hotel only kind of procurement question. Is how did they procure the whole thing? Because the whole thing should, if you're questioning one aspect of it, all of the other working parts of it should be questioned as well. Or how did those services all get funded or approved to be at the hotel without the hotel being authorized? Because the hotels aren't only the only provider here. There were a lot of agencies that stood up, and I was the only non-government private sector portion, although I understand the procurement laws and the procurement rules, but under emergency, I would think that this all fell under emergency. So I would question the same thing for all of the support services, including laundry. How did that all get approved in the mails?
Yes, so unfortunately, we don't have Office of Homeland Security, so we would have to have perhaps another oversight, including them, to answer these questions. Because as Claudia was saying, it's a lot of the emergency procurement goes through the agencies, but all the line agencies eventually go through GSA. So what was the breakdown at that point? So
Right
who was
on,
the
Mary.
lead in procuring these services, as you were saying? And what was the breakdown between those agencies and GSA? And that's something that this oversight would like to clarify for future procurements, because we can't continue to have this sort of breakdown. And the results that we see in the news is the delayed payment of invoices, which is somehow related to the lack of contracts. So if I would like to change the direction of questioning, is what is the status of those leased facilities from March 16th to March 30th? Is there a contract that exists, to your knowledge? We don't have Office of Homeland Security, so I would have to defer to Chief Procurement Officer Claudia Kandit. Are there contracts that exist for that time period, at least of those facilities?
Not to my knowledge.
So we do not have contracts, to your knowledge.
Right, not to my knowledge.
And who would you be seeking that information?
I'm trying to figure out.
Sorry, so Claudia, isn't this a cause for concern or a flag? Does raise flags as Chief Procurement Officer? What steps are you going to do to find that information, or what is your role in getting that information?
Again, Madam Chair, again, for my understanding, or at least my understanding, is that again, they're already at the point of invoices. So I really don't want to get into any mess that I wasn't aware of. And of course, I did raise concerns with like Mr. Chuck Davis, in regards to communicating with Homeland and Office of Civil Defense, like traditionally I do during an emergency.
Okay, thank you. So we have the AG office. So Attorney Jessica Toft. Do you have any information regarding the procurement of these quarantine facilities? At what point were you involved in this matter? I'm sorry, if you can unmute yourself, please. Oh, you're unmuted. Sorry, Jessica, can you, we can't hear you. So if you can speak into the microphone.
Hi. So I'm prohibited by 5 GCA 5150 and Guam's rules of professional conduct from talking about that and my involvement and like my legal advice to anyone and to my clients. So I apologize for that. If you want to ask me general questions about procurement, you can ask me general questions about procurement. I think in general, I think there's a little misconception about Guam law controlling. So Guam law states that when, I'll just read you the statute.
No need.
Even if we're gonna say that this is a procurement, where a procurement involves the expenditure of federal assistance or contract funds or other federal funds, let's get a little part. All persons within the government of Guam shall comply with such federal law and regulations which are applicable and which may be in conflict with or may not be reflected in Guam's procurement law. So, in this case, this purchase is being funded with federal FEMA funds. So federal law controls.
Amen.
Mr. Chavez, is that correct? Was FEMA funds utilized for the quarantine facilities?
So at this time, so FEMA funds were, so yes, correct that federal laws would be applicable for the use of FEMA funds. By this time, no, we were not using FEMA funds for emergency procurement, and I'm only talking about the resources coming into our facility. Coming through the EOC. And so we're using the 250,000 that were authorized during emergencies, and also the 100,000 that we use that's authorized during public health emergencies. So if you want, I can go ahead and talk about the FEMA reimbursement process, because I think it was mentioned earlier that FEMA denied the use of or the funding of non-congregate shelters or something to that effect.
Sure. So they denied the use of FEMA funds for that. For what reason?
No. I think you stated earlier that FEMA denied the use of funds. I think that was earlier in the.
That was stated. I believe I have to go back and look at the record. But so for these non-congregate shelters, was FEMA funds used?
No. So the way the public assistance process works, it's a cost of a reimbursement. So the guidance we use for public assistance is the FEMA Public Assistance Policy Guidance version 3.1, and so everything is on a reimbursable basis. But at this time, because we're still going through active response and we haven't gone through the recovery phase yet, so we're still working to collect data for to be processed through FEMA recovery office. And then from there, they would create what's called a project worksheet. In the project worksheet, there's a scope of work, also the 75-25 cost share, and the timeline. Basically, it's like a complete project. And so it's a process, and we haven't received any approvals for any project worksheets. We're still collecting data at this time.
And Senator Flores, I apologize. I said FEMA funds because I believe FEMA funds will be eventually reimbursed, but it's CARES Act funds, which are the first thing that our office has to do when we advise on any procurement is we have to determine whether it's going to be federal funds or local funds. And if it's federal funds, then federal law controls.
Okay. In CFR, though, it states that both local and federal laws have to apply. According to my document here, there is a statement where local laws have to apply. Let me find that really quickly, or I can send that information to you. Are you aware of that? That local laws and federal laws have to apply?
Is this a question to me?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, to Attorney Jessica Toft. There is under CFR, there are requirements for local procurement law to be followed in addition to federal law. Are you aware of that?
If it's a procurement, then federal law controls, and federal law will refer you back to Guam law. However, if there's a conflict, federal law trumps local law.
Have we ever been faced with that situation, Mr. Esteves? And what was the resolution?
Faced with the situation of federal law trumping local law?
First of all, do you concur with that assessment?
The assessment that federal law will trump local law. What's the assessment? Sorry.
For as far as reimbursements go, because according to the document that I have here, that it states that local laws and federal law need to be followed. But in the case where they don't, if there is a discrepancy, how is that resolved normally?
So it's clearly laid out in the public assistance policy guidance. So just to let you know, as an example, for like forced count reimbursements for overtime. In that specific guidance, it would refer back to what's a pre-written policy, local policy. So there are some instances where they would have reference to local policies. But just to let you know, the FEMA Public Assistance Program is a grant, right? So with any grants, we have to make sure we follow federal guidelines. And yes, so if those federal guidelines do conflict with with local guidelines. I've never ran into that situation, so I'm not quite sure how that would be handled.
So Attorney Toft, have you ever faced that situation where there was a conflict, and how was it resolved between federal and local procurement law?
Hello. Yes, we have faced that. In fact, we face it with almost every procurement we have with federal funds. If you look in Guam law, there is a local procurement preference. Federal law prohibits any local procurement preferences. So that is a situation in which they conflict, and in which the federal law controls and the terms and conditions of the federal funds, which state that we cannot apply a local procurement preference, trump. Yes, it does happen. In fact, in almost all procurements, and there are other situations as well. But yes.
Okay, so going back to your role as in the Office of Attorney General, so when is the office involved in procurement? What is your role in general?
Pursuant to 5 GCA 5150, for every procurement over $500,000, we shall act as advisor.
So considering that some of these quarantine facilities was over 500,000, can you recount when you were involved in the?
Like I said earlier, I'm prohibited from talking about my specific. Under my ethical duties, I shall not reveal any information pertaining to my representation or advising. I shall not. I am prohibited.
Okay, and in regards to. How do you interpret? So when you're in the when you're doing the task of reviewing contracts, how do you determine correctness of form? How is correctness of form determined?
We review the law, the applicable law.
So how formal does a contract have to be correct?
The standards are governed by the applicable law.
Which is what?
Well, in this case, federal law.
Okay, just in general, how do you determine any kind of procurement? If it, let's just take away the federal entity. In general, how do you determine correctness of contract?
Well, there's no correctness of a contract. It's either legal or not legal.
Or correctness of form. So how formal does a contract have to be determined as being correct of form?
There's no such thing as correctness. It's either legal or not legal.
Okay, well, according to section 5150,
that's Janela's number.
As part of the AG's office.
Legality and form, yes.
Yes.
And our office is allowed to dictate certain forms.
Okay, so.
And it does.
Can you, for the committees, can you provide what those forms that you are approve of?
All of the forms that go along that the OAG has published are located on our website under our procurement tab. Those are all the forms for a procurement.
Oh, can you basically give a listing of what those forms are?
I'm not looking at the website right now, but I can tell you there are several forms.
So basically, if it deviates from those forms, it's not considered correct? Or what qualifications would make a form correct? Determination.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interject, but if I may, this is Stephanie Mendiola, General Counsel for AG's office. I wasn't anticipating to speak tonight, but to help the discussion along, if you'd like to swear me in, I could just make a couple of comments on the issue of form.
Sergeant at Arms, are you there still?
one of these attorney generals is representing the attorney general, please?
What did you say?
Which one of these is representing?
Sergeant of Arms, is he here? Okay, so we have to wait on the Sergeant of Arms. At this
Okay,
moment.
And Attorney Toft is representing our office in any substantive questions that you have, and obviously there are certain things that we are not able to discuss as it relates to communications covered by the attorney-client privilege. But you're asking questions of a general nature, which there are a few of us here who could help answer. But until that time is appropriate, that's fine.
We can wait to have you sworn in at a certain time. But yeah, so put that on hold for now until Sergeant of Arms is back, ready to swear you in.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to another question regarding emergency procurement. This is for Attorney Toft. How quickly is emergency procurement, and how quickly can contracts be drawn for an emergency procurement? What's the average that you've seen for emergency procurement?
Every emergency procurement is different.
Okay, so what would
certain procurements you're purchasing items, certain procurements, emergency procurements you're leasing. They're different. Every single one is different.
So in your expectation, what is the norm for the speed of getting these contracts done under emergency procurement?
I do not have an expectation of speed for emergency procurements.
So considering that emergency procurement, the timeline is 30 days. Is it safe to say that it's much less than 30 days?
In some cases, it's more. It's each emergency procurement is going to proceed differently depending on what's being procured and depending on how hard it is to obtain.
So in your understanding, if there is no contract, are payments allowed if there's no contract? And what has happened in those emergency?
Are you asking me in this case?
No, in general.
Or are you asking me in general? Because in general, it differs if you're dealing with federal law or Guam law.
Okay, so but
such as federal law specifically authorizes advance payments.
Okay, federal law does that?
Federal law specifically under 2 CFR 200 authorizes advance payments, yes.
Okay. And what are the requirements for that to occur?
It's actually the preferred method.
So what are the...
under federal law, it is the preferred method.
It's the preferred method?
To make payments in advance. Like for advance, as we're talking about advance payments as defined under federal law.
What type of procurement are we talking about?
We're talking about in general under federal law.
But what kind of procurement?
It's not limited to a type of procurement.
So any procurement, they prefer advance payments under 2 CFR?
Under 2 CFR 200, it authorizes advance payments, and that is typically the preferred method. It's actually stated in 2 CFR 200.
What are the limitations of that?
There. Are you asking me to advise you on what the limitations are? All of the limitations on such payments are listed in the law.
So what are the that are asking you, because you seem to be more knowledgeable about this?
About 2 CFR 200, yes.
Limitations according to federal law for advance payments.
I don't remember off the top of my head what the limitations are, but it's actually the preferred method.
So you're saying for any kind of solicit for any kind of contract?
That applies to all federal awards. All federal assistance funds, all federal awards, all federal funds.
Okay, now, is there
and the term is defined in the CFR, and as well as the ways of making payment. All of those are defined into CFR 200.
So, are there restrictions regarding reporting requirements, and should reporting requirements not be done, or the terms are not met? Is there a chance for that money to be returned? Are there consequences to that?
Under 2 CFR 200, the reporting requirements are as they are contained in the terms and conditions of your funds.
So in the case that, for instance, terms and conditions are not met and the agency receives advance payments, is there the risk of returning those funds back to the federal government?
There may be. It just depends on the terms and conditions of your federal funding.
Was somebody trying to add to that?
Given the fact that your concern is payment in the absence of contracts, I think you might find it interesting to note that in speaking with senior flag officers of the Navy, relative to the federal government's procurement of hotels for the Theodore Roosevelt, they did so without a contract with advance payments. So this is neither outside of the norm or beyond procurement law as understood.
That's not true. That's not a true statement. I'm actually the contract administrator for that. And in every instance, whenever we received authorization for funds to turn on every hotel before people were transferred outside of the base, we received two things: a verbal authorization with a limited max funding with obligated funds and an award of that. So we had that specifically in email with the authorization followed up by the contract officer of what was authorized. Payment was never issued until we entered into a letter contract. So we actually had 3 contracts of the government, and each contract authorized certain funds as they continued to shift the timeline to the right. Every time they moved the quarantine period from 14 days to 17 and then 21 days. So we ended up having letter contracts in lieu of an actual digitized contract.
That was my statement.
No, but we had a contract in place.
Whatever, Carlo.
A letter contract is the same as a contract. It's a binding agreement. So we had binding agreements placed before any payments were made. So that's an incorrect statement. We had verbal authorizations to move into the hotels in each instance with written writing of verbal authorizations with the approved amounts, but we never got paid until we had a letter contract, which actually were binding agreements and had mentioned all of the FAR clauses in them.
Good job,
yes,
Mary.
and very similar things is what I'm trying to point out.
So thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Can you explain what form of this letter contract? Is there a specific form to this, or specific things that have to be listed in this letter contract for it to be binding?
Oh, it makes reference to all of the federal regulations, the FAR clauses, and it has all of the rules and regs of being a vendor within the federal government. It has all of the procurement rules and everything that you have to attest to by signing that. The letter contract was only in place, a definitized contract, because we were still dealing with numbers that had to be verified, with amounts that had to be renegotiated because of the, remember, we were supposed to only receive tested negative sailors, and we weren't supposed to have any positive sailors in the hotels. And so those contracts had to go through a couple of revisions because of those sailors who were tested positive. And so we ended up having to deal with decontamination, biohazard, things like that. So there are reasons why the contracts had to change. And so those amounts kept increasing. But every time there was an increased amount or an additional service, we always had verbal authorization and then written authorization in email, with the amounts moving up each time, authorized by the government. And then we had 2-letter contracts when we've received 2 payments to match our 2 contracts. We just finalized the definitized agreement, which secures everything, and it has, again, all of the FAR clauses, not just for the primary vendor, but all the subcontractors as well.
Thank you so much. So just Attorney Toft. Sorry, we have, I want to direct the question to the AG's office, but I see that Sergeant at Arms is present. So if you can, I appreciate if you can swear in Attorney Stephanie Mendiola.
Okay, Attorney Mendiola, can I have you raise your right hand?
My name is Tom, yes.
Okay. Under penalties of perjury, do you affirm that any and all information that you provide today, whether it be verbally, electronically, and in writing, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I affirm.
Okay, Madam Chair, she's
all yours.
Okay, thank you. So this actually is a good segue into the question that I posed earlier, and it also after Mary Rose had spoke. So are you familiar, so this goes to Attorney Toft or Attorney Mendiola. Are you familiar with the letter contracts as was described by Mary Rhodes to either Jessica Toft or Stephanie Mendiola?
Are you asking if I'm familiar with those specific contracts?
Letter contracts.
Or just letter contracts in general? Have I ever heard of them? Or I'm not really sure what the question is. Are you asking about the specific ones she's talking about or just in general?
Yes, in general, we could talk in general terms. Are you familiar with letter contracts?
Sorry, guys, didn't mean to
I've seen them.
Okay, and so when, as Attorney General, who is overseeing contracts for correctness of form and legality, what is the proper form that it takes for letter contracts?
You don't have to use a letter contract. There's no specific form that's required.
So what you're saying is you can approve a contract because there's no specific form? There's no standard that the Office of Attorney General has for determining the correctness of a letter contract?
Yes, the standard is the law. Does it meet the requirements of the law?
Okay, so let me pose this question to Attorney Mendiola. How does the Attorney General's office determine the correctness of form of a contract?
I'm just going to answer. I'm going to answer for that, I think, as I do those reviews.
Sorry, this question for, I would like to see, because I know you wanted to chime in earlier, if you can provide your interpretation, your understanding of what is the correctness of form when it comes to a letter contract.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but on that specific question, I will defer to Attorney Toft. What I was addressing earlier was the conversation was hiccuping in between an actual form and the question of reviewing as to form. So I was just going to make the delineation so that we could move the conversation along. But for the actual questions for substance, I will defer to Attorney Toft.
I'd like to continue my line of questioning with you, Attorney Mendiola. So how are there standards within the Office of Attorney General for them to determine correctness of form of a contract?
There are standards, and I apologize, I don't mean any disrespect, but I have to defer to Attorney Toft to speak on behalf of our office as it relates to specific practices that you're asking about.
So what is she doing there?
There are standards that exist.
Correct, as she has mentioned.
Okay, and for the different types of contract, are the different standards that are templates that one can look at and say this qualifies as being correct of the form as a contract?
No, as she mentioned, you cannot say that there is no correctness of a contract there's just certain legal requirements, and I'm speaking about contract law in general. If you're talking about specific contracts and asking what the requirements are, then that requires a legal analysis. And to the extent that any of your questions are relating to what our office did as a part of this process, again, I have to refer to Attorney Law.
Okay, so Attorney Toft. So we just heard from Mary Rhodes describing the process of having a letter contract prior to getting any sort of payments. And in your testimony, you have said that it is the preferred method of the federal government to give advance payments. Is this ahead of having contracts created and approved contracts? Are you stating that? Is that, I just want to clear that. Is that correct, what I'm hearing you say?
No, I'm just stating that under federal law, advance payments are preferred under 2 CFR 200.
Oh my God, just get out of here.
And advance payments are defined in the law. And there's statutes in rules in 2 CFR 200 that kind of give you guidelines as to when they should or shouldn't be used, but it's guidelines as well. It's not. And
my question to you, does a contract have to exist before you receive payments?
I'm sorry, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking.
Oh, they don't know.
All I can tell you is what the law says, and that's what 2 CFR says. I can give you advice.
Okay, get out.
Very simple. Does the contract have to exist before payments are received from the federal government?
Yes.
Well, under federal law,
yes,
it's
willing to give money a contract.
So if you look at federal law, there's 2 CFR 200 applies to all federal awards, and not just to contracts. It also applies to anything that anybody considers contract, and it applies to subawards. It applies to all federal award payments, in fact. So you can't say you have to have a contract, or because it also applies to subawards, and subawards may or may not be considered a contract. Anything that's considered a contract. So it's, and you can read the definitions in the law, but it does not
yes or no
specifically limit it to contracts. So it's applicable to all federal funds.
What is this? Isn't that just contractors subcontracting to another entity?
No, it's not a contract.
Madam Chair, if I could just add, I know that we're trying to use the federal contract with the Roosevelt as an example, but it's not necessarily under the same circumstances or even the same kind of environment in what we were dealing with. But also a letter contract isn't always the preferred way of doing things. It was just the way to bridge things. So I don't want it to be confused that the letter contract is the only way. The definitized contract is actually the way they like to always have it, but because we were still having indefinite days, indefinite numbers of sailors, indefinite number of travelers. That's the only reason why letter contracts were placed in, was so that we can move towards small agreements and get paid incrementally. So I don't want it to be misunderstood that these are the types of contracts that should be signed or be considered for federal. And with regards to subcontracts, even with subcontracts, all subcontractors are subject to specific FAR clauses. And so that's usually in the subcontract language too. So I don't think that there's always one way of doing things with the federal government, or even with local government, right? And even a PO counts, a purchase order. And so it's usually followed up with a contract later on, but even a purchase order would count. So I just wanted to put that clarification out because I don't want to use the Roosevelt as the example to compare this to, because those circumstances also were very different. And how we handled it in order to get payments and things moving along was different because we had to escalate it up beyond NAVSUP in Hawaii, all the way up to Philadelphia, which is the directing officer. They oversee all of NAVSUP in contracting. And so that is where we're at. And so I just want to make that clarification because it's really not fair to try to fit it into one box because I don't think there is generally one box for federal contracting.
Thank you.
And I have a lot of experience with OPM contracts too, with health insurance and 12 years at Take Care FHP. So and that's a completely different set of circumstances. So I just wanted to offer that because I don't want to get stuck in federal contracting in one way of getting reimbursement or payment.
So earlier, Attorney Toth, you'd mentioned the word purchasing. What is the meaning of purchasing to your, what is your interpretation of the term purchasing?
I can't provide you with legal interpretations.
Okay, she can't do anything. Get out.
Advice.
That's a general question. It's not a specific contract or anything specific. It's, what is the definition of purchasing?
It depends. It depends on what you're looking at. Are you asking me the definition of purchasing under Guam's procurement law, or are you asking me the definition of purchasing under the Health Act that allows purchases?
Never mind.
It differs. So there's a specific definition.
Yeah. Bye, Karen.
For procurement
or Jessica
that applies to any expenditure of funds which is made under Guam's procurement law. But if you're making a purchase not under Guam's procurement law, then a different definition applies.
So what is that definition?
Are you asking for the definition that applies to procurements made under Guam's procurement law?
Mary, answer the question, Mary.
The latter. So I know the definition for under procurement law. So I just wanted to see what your definition of purchases is under the Emergency Health Powers Act.
Honestly, there is no definition in that act.
Oh my word!
There's no definition
of the governor's purchase power.
It's open to
So that act does not have a specific definition as far as I know.
Okay.
Bye, Karen.
Then that needs to be clarified. That seems to be a loophole in the law in regards to definitions and how that word is utilized.
Somebody break out the Webster.
In your application of that law, Emergency Powers Act, how have you applied that word purchases?
I can't tell you how I've applied
Karen.
that or how I've advised clients. I can't tell you. I cannot answer that.
You have used it. You've applied it. But you can't just tell me how you applied it.
I cannot tell you what advice I may or may not have given to clients. I shall not reveal any information regarding a representation.
Okay, but generally speaking, how would you apply that word? For instance, if we had to create a law to define purchases, what recommendation would you give? Since there seems to be a gap in this. Would you recommend it to mimic the procurement law?
Are you just asking if I had my personal way?
No.
How would what would your recommendation be to define?
If I had my way, then each individual act would contain the definitions that it requires, right? So if a certain act, so federal law defines certain things differently than Guam law, right? So when we have to apply federal law, we have to apply those definitions. When we apply Guam law, we apply those definitions. So each individual act should define its own important terms. So if I can't tell you how I think the term purchase should be defined in every situation because every situation is different.
Okay, bye, Karen.
Okay, moving on to more interpretation. in your understanding of Executive Order 2020-03, who is the primary public health authority?
She can't answer.
Do you have a copy? I'm sorry, I'm not looking at that right now. I don't have it in front of me. I didn't get the attachments until really very close to 4:00. So I wasn't able to print them all out.
It's almost 8.
We have a contract currently for the quarantine facilities from March 16th to March 30th.
Are you asking her
Okay.
personally?
Do we have a contract for the time periods where those quarantine facilities were utilized?
I personally don't have any knowledge of if there's an executed contract or not.
Well, being that it was over $500,000, isn't that a cause of concern for you that there is no contract? And how would you resolve that situation?
I didn't say there's no contract. I just said I personally am unaware of whether there's a signed contract. And if I had reviewed anything to it, I wouldn't be able to tell you because that's attorney-client privileged information.
Well, this is concerning because $500,000, no contract, and the AG's office is saying they don't have any record of it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I personally do not know if there is an executed contract somewhere.
Liars!
Even if I had reviewed anything relating to that matter, I can't reveal any of that to you. It's attorney-client privilege.
Liars!
Okay, so I'm going to open the floor to my colleagues. Senator Therese Jalaki, you have the floor.
Let's go.
Come on, baby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the thorough job that you've been doing. It's very quiet. There's so many things in this hearing, and I know, we're all kind of limited, but so many issues that I think have been brought to light, and particularly, these responses that give us no responses that is very disturbing. The Attorney General's role in our procurement is to see whether these are legal, whether they have followed the procurement law, whether they've done it legally, whether the contract is approved as to form. And so I guess I would like to ask whoever is here representing the Attorney General of Guam, whether the Attorney General was asked advice on this procurement, assistance on this procurement, or were they asked to review the contract for form?
What I can say about our office is that we were requested to assist the governor with various legal matters regarding procurement. And because we were asked for legal advice, which of course, Senator Therese, you understand it is frustrating, but it is very important to respect the attorney-client privilege. And because
government
contracts for legal advice
are not
it triggered the privilege,
protected by
and we're not able to disclose what our communications were.
That's correct. And I remember a case when they were illegal pay raises, when the Attorney General's office had given advice to the governor's office and then had to procure a special prosecutor in order to investigate whether it was legal or not, because they had got involved in the front end. So yes, I understand why there is conflict now, but we were told many media interviews that these, I don't know, it was my understanding that the contracts were before the AG for review. But I'd like to go back to the authority of the actual procurement authority, Madam Speaker, like you have talked about, and me. Mr. Yun, is there a document or an executive order where the governor orders that the procurement laws or rules were suspended?
Executive Order 2020-03.
Can you read that part?
Get it. Move it.
He just looked back and said, Carlos.
Move it, buddy.
Carlos, help. Carlos, help me.
Help. Help.
Help.
It states, ma'am, under paragraph 4, suspension of statutes, orders, rules, and regulations that prevent, hinder, or delay necessary action to respond to the emergency. Pursuant to section 19403, paren A, paren 1 of chapter 19, title 10, Guam Code annotated, statutes, orders, rules, and regulations that prevent, hinder, or delay necessary action to prepare for or respond to this public health emergency, including but not limited to purchases and hiring, are hereby suspended.
All right, and so, we also heard from Carlos Branch that the governor did not procure pursuant to the procurement law of Guam 5 GCA, and from you, and that the authority all came from this 10 GCA chapter 19, and then later on you said it came from the Organic Act, and now the Attorney General is telling us the authority is actually coming from 2 CFR. And, was there any document or executive order that stated that compliance with the emergency procurement laws on our statutes would have prevented, hindered, or delayed necessary action by the Public Health Authority, which is the Department of Public Health?
I don't know if the, I'm certain that the Public Health Authority does not have the authority to suspend law. That's reserved for the executive in executive order.
Right, and what you just read says that the executive has the authority by executive order to suspend the law if it would have prevented, hindered, or delayed necessary action by the Public Health Authority. And if you're still here, Madam Director, did you ever request to the governor that she bypassed regular emergency procurement for the procurement of these hotels?
I didn't request anything at all.
Oh, shit.
And I know we keep talking about, the procurement being handled by the governor's office, but it's very clear under the statute that if she, that the Public Health Authority is the one with the Emergency Health Procurement Authority. And when the was it your testimony, Mr. Hyun, that the governor's Organic Act authority allows her to bypass the procurement laws of Guam? And
I don't believe I testified to that, ma'am. I believe I testified to my statements, and that I was willing to read all the laws that I thought were applicable, but I was not going to give the interpretation or the advice that I had given to my client.
all right, Mr. Esteves, do you, in your experience, have you ever departed from the, in seeking reimbursement from FEMA, have you ever departed from using the procurement laws of Guam?
So just let you know, there are only 2 statutes required for FEMA procurement standards. And one is the 2 CFR 200.322. That's the procurement of recovered materials, and then 2 CFR 200.326 contract provisions. So those are the guiding or the guidelines that we follow.
Right, but that's in order to get procurement, you have to meet the FEMA guidelines. I mean, I'm sorry, in order to get reimbursements, but you're getting reimbursement for purchases that have been made through the chief procurement officer. Is that correct?
Correct, but I believe this is CARES Act funded, from what I was hearing earlier, for the quarantine facility. So if it's CARES Act funding, which is a federal fund, then we would not be seeking reimbursement for anything funded under the CARES Act.
That's right, and it's kind of circular, isn't it? That we did not follow Guam procurement law, so we couldn't use Guam funds, and then we didn't follow, and we couldn't seek FEMA reimbursement. So now we have to use CARES funds. But Mr. Steves, do you know when the CARES Act was passed?
I do not know the exact date it was passed. I do know that FEMA is constantly changing the rules, due to the novel nature of this emergency. I'll give an example. We recently received a word that POTUS has approved. POTUS approved the use of CARES Act money for the 25% cost share for the FEMA Public Assistance Program. But implementation guidance hasn't been passed down to states and territories yet. Like I stated earlier, we'll submit whatever we can for reimbursement and basically work with our federal partners to maximize use of the FEMA Public Assistance Program. But if it, like I said, if it's a CARES Act funding, which is a federal fund, then it's a moot point because we don't be seeing.
The argument tonight is that pursuant to CARES fund, if it's CARES fund, we don't need to follow any laws. No Guam need a contract. That's what somebody's trying to say.
Yeah,
Have you ever used a payment without contract?
So I'm just speaking in terms of the reimbursement. So anything funded under CARES Act, we wouldn't be seeking federal reimbursement for that.
Right. It's not eligible. Well, yeah. And if we can't get FEMA reimbursement, we have no other choice but to go for using our limited CARES funds for these purchases, right? Whereas FEMA has specific, they do reimburse for quarantine facilities. That's my understanding.
Yeah,
but
and so
Mr. Steves, have you ever issued payment without a contract? Is that a common practice for you?
I saw the process in our office is we issue payments for those items that we have a purchase order for contract.
All right, and Claudia, when you recently you procured at least 2 hotels, is that correct, through the normal Guam procurement laws? And did you find that there was anything in our statutes that would have prevented, hindered, or delayed necessary action in that procurement?
No.
Do you have contracts in those procurements?
Yes, we issued purchase orders on May 16. But it took us less than 7 days to actually procure and put a contract and a purchase order issued to those 2 hotels.
Ma'am, the difference, like I said in my statement earlier, is the amount of time.
We didn't have 7 days.
We didn't have that. We didn't have 7 days, ma'am.
Yes, and at that point that you were acting, you didn't have CARES funding, and I don't even think at that point, Mr. Steves, did they even have FEMA declaration at that point?
Go for it, sister.
The GHRA testified earlier that they had begun this process since January, and that was the whole point, was to look at hotels in advance. And Mary, am I understanding correctly that you did not lead the government of Guam to the Pacific Star?
That's correct. So let me answer the one. Oh, sorry, I'm back. The first question was the timeline again. January, really, we only started asking that question was to fulfill the open-ended questions on our payment plan, right? So we were doing a workshop, and so that was actually more of an exercise between myself and public health to see what kind of capacity building we needed with the hotels or mass shelter if we needed large quarantine facilities. The actual activation of that did not take place until our second and third inquiry, which was later in February and March. Homeland Security contacted me. I believe it was the second week I think I have to look back, but I believe it was the first week in March to start looking at things. And then the second week, I believe it was March 12th. Already, I had confirmed with Homeland Security Advisor that what the responses were. And by March 14th, I sent the email to the Chief of Staff and Homeland Security Advisor with regards to which hotels will be participating. Said yes. To answer your other, can you restate your last question?
Did you direct the government of Guam to the Pacific Star?
No, the Pacific Star only responded yes after, I believe, March 19th, when we already met with the other hotels. We met with Days and Wyndham at that point, and Cortec. Cortec declined to participate. I did not meet with Hotel Santa Fe or Pacific Star. I did not conduct any of those site assessments. I did not conduct anything for the Manila bound travelers with those facilities. I did not conduct any of those site assessments. I only conducted site assessments and because the travelers for Hilton, Outrigger, Fiesta, and Leo Palace, they had to pay for those quarantine services if they stayed there, whether they're foreign travelers or U.S. travelers coming in as a contractor or military. So I was coordinating the majority of that with the Manila travelers for those facilities with Days Inn, Wyndham, Santa Fe. That was directly coordinated with public health at the airport to go straight to those hotels. Again, with Pacific Star, all we did was provide the response when they responded to us after March 19th. We shared that email to HSA Security Advisor Tim Muggin, Chief of Staff at the time, Tony Babauta, and with Legal Counsel Hai Huing. So that was shared, and then they handled all of the conversations with Pacific Star. And for the record, Perlis Court is not a member of GHRA. I did not participate in that at all either.
Boom.
All right, and then who made the first payment to these hotels? To these early procured hotels? Is it Mr. Byrne? Is that you? When was the first payment made? Yes.
Yes, it was made.
When was it made, Mr. Byrne?
On April 3rd. And the CARES Act was passed on March 27th.
All right, I'm glad to get that on the record, Mr. Byrne. So you used CARES funds to pay for these hotels?
There it is.
Yes, we will be using CARES.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will reserve, I guess, other questions to the others that have been given a chance. But it's very concerning that the procurement was done in advance of even the CARES Act being passed. It was done, blatant disregard of procurement law, and it's very concerning that we're now saying it's okay to procure and without contracts. It doesn't make any sense. I think it's a disservice to the people of Guam that after all these years, dealing with emergencies and our emergency procurement law, that we are now saying it was not enough for us, and that we have disregarded, and just think that's a very dangerous road to go down, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chilai, and I agree with that completely. That in this procurement network that we have, that just seems to be some sort of disregard of procurement law. And The question is what is the implications for that? And I don't see any kind of concern so far from those that are testifying that it could jeopardize the federal funds. Considering there's no concerted determination or interpretation of how we should proceed with any kind of procurement. And for that matter, even procurement, the term procurement is not even followed. The term purchases has come up. And we can't even get a straight answer of what that means. And so we don't, I think that needs to be defined so that we have a consistent path forward from this point on. I just want to see, I know Stephanie Flores, so if you can tell us basically what agency you're from, if you could just identify yourself and what agency, and what is your responsibility there?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen at home and members of the 35th Guam Legislature that are present. My name is Stephanie Flores, and I'm the Director of Guam State Clearinghouse. My role as the Director of Guam State Clearinghouse is to oversee the proper expenditure of federal funds that come to the government of Guam.
Okay, and so you are overseeing procurement from your perspective, is that correct?
I do not engage in procurement. My office does not do any procurement. What we do is we monitor for compliance purposes the expenditure of funds. So when it comes to federal funds, as Ms. Toft has said, we are guided by 2 CFR 200.
Okay.
And so what we do is we make sure that the individual government agencies who are granted funds follow whatever they need to follow in terms of reporting requirements as required by their specific grant.
Yeah.
So every grant comes with it some guidance, and it is my office's function to make sure that that guidance is followed, and if it's not, it's our job to point out that that needs to be followed.
Do you also monitor the procurement aspect, that if it was done in a certain way, or if there are contracts that exist, or the form of contracts? Is that something that you monitor, or what falls under reporting when you're looking at this? And whether
So insofar as reporting requirements, so every federal agency requires documents. It's a SF 242, I believe is the form that you file, and you report to your federal grantor what has been done over a certain period. Sometimes the reporting period is quarterly, sometimes it's semi-annually. It depends on the grant. And we make sure that you report on time. We remind agencies to report on time to make sure that they upload through either grants.gov or directly to the federal grantor what report is required by the terms of their specific grant.
Okay, so you don't oversee the procurement aspect. You just see that the monies that they granted is following the terms of their expenditures, but not procurement itself. Is that correct?
We do not generally delve into the specifics of the procurement, but we do remind agencies that they are required to follow all applicable laws. So whatever law is in effect that applies to the particular situation, we make sure that they follow that. We suggest strongly that they follow that.
Okay. And do you have a clear idea of what those laws are? Do you have a comprehensive list of that? Or you basically leave it up to the agencies to identify that for themselves?
Well, I mean, when an agency is expending funds, if they're going to enter into subaward agreements or they have to procure things, they already know that they have to follow whatever process of procurement or getting their contracts and subawards approved. If there is a subaward agreement, that normally will go through the Attorney General's office. And more often than not, Ms. Toft is the one that reviews that and ensures that the language of 2 CFR 200 is included in those memorandums of understanding or subaward agreements.
Is there a dollar amount that the attorney's office, is there a threshold where the attorney's office looks at it, or is it just any federal money coming through as far as subawards go?
I have, in my own experience, seen contract or subawards that have been less than $100,000 that we've sent through the Attorney General's office. And some awards were roughly 500,000. And so it does not necessarily have to be $500,000. If there is a contract that is required, more often than not, it is going to go through the Attorney General's office. Review.
Madam Chair, again, just to speak generally to clarify the difference in the threshold amount, our office is involved in procurement in two separate parts. If there is a procurement that is anticipated to be over $500,000, we are required to be a part of the review process and consulted along the way in that procurement process. Other than that, our office is involved in what you mentioned earlier, more toward the end part, when we look at the review of the contract for legality as a form of content. So that's probably why there's Ms. Flores' comment is different regarding thresholds.
Okay, thank you. So I have another question. Does the Attorney General's office, so Attorney Toft, are verbal agreements accepted? Are they acceptable?
Yeah, Karen.
Under what law? Under federal law
Yes.
or under Guam's procurement law?
Whatever, both, either.
I mean, under Guam's procurement law, no. Under federal law,
no.
As was previously stated, that they operated on verbal agreements and then got emails later. The federal government, they have different standards.
Is that a yes or no?
Yeah, as what was stated earlier, it wasn't a verbal agreement. It had to be followed up with written agreements. It wasn't just specifically a verbal agreement.
Yes, but they operated initially under a verbal agreement. I can't say
bye,
specifically. But there
Shoot,
are
Karen.
instances
Shoot
where
yourself.
the federal government does operate under verbal agreements. So under federal law,
Nobody loves
they followed them up later.
Bye, Karen.
But it just depends on each federal funding source.
And to add to that, if I may, from a general contracting law standpoint, I know this is the most common lawyer answer. It really does depend, because whether or not there's a written contract is not the end all be all. In contract law, there are three main requirements for a contract to exist, which is offer, acceptance, and consideration. And that can sometimes exist with writing, and that can sometimes exist without writing, and that is the writing is sometimes required in order to enforce the contract. Writing is sometimes not required. So under government procurement, procurement, there are specific requirements in place, and sometimes those would require writing. There are specific requirements in place that trigger a certain process, and that process then triggers whether or not our office is involved or not, and in what capacity. On the federal side, there are separate contracting requirements that would be required. But overall, for example, under government claims, there could be parties who come to the government who file a claim and say, we are owed money, and there may have not been a written contract, but it depends on what the parameters were of that particular case. And sometimes those cases may be kept out, and there may have never been a written contract, and sometimes those cases were paid differently from what the existing written contract had specified. So it really does depend.
So following up with that, so when the payments were made, was that when the Government Claims Act was utilized, or was that under unauthorized payments?
I can't speak to this specific procurement.
General, where these payments were made without a contract, would that qualify as unauthorized payments, or would it qualify as utilization of the Government Claims Act?
it would depend on the situation. For this specific procurement, I'm not aware of the details. But in general, what is authorized or not, again, depends on the facts of the case. And then if the fact of the case established that there was a contract arrangement, written or not, then whether a payment was made or not could have been authorized or unauthorized. But I'm just speaking, to be very clear, I'm speaking about government, I'm speaking about contract law in general and the different parameters of government contract law, which is our local government procurement process, Government Claims Act, or federal government contracting.
I love you.
Thank you. Attorney Toft, did the federal government waive any requirement for legal binding contracts for the expenditure of their funds, to your knowledge?
I'm sorry, are you asking about in this case or just in general?
What do you think she's talking about?
Perhaps in regards to the CARES Act or any kind of federal funding, did the federal government waive a legally binding contract requirement?
If you're asking about this specific, the CARES Act and this specific matter, I can't answer that question.
Bye, Karen.
That's something that's important to find out, would you say?
I can't discuss this matter.
The CARES Act in general, isn't that a piece of information that's important to find out? Whether the federal government waives legally binding contracts, their expenditure funds.
Come on,
in
Karen.
general, can the federal government waive its own requirements? The answer is yes. In general, they can.
So cite the
In
law.
regards to the CARES Act, has the federal government waived that requirement?
Well, the CARES Act relates directly to this matter.
Well, there's other, the CARES Act is a whole universe. It's not just this one, but to your knowledge, does the CARES Act, has the federal government waived this requirement for a legally binding contract?
I can't answer any questions directly relating to this matter, which whether they had waived the CARES Act
Cite the law
provisions
already.
would relate directly to this matter.
Okay, next. Bye, Karen.
Okay, so perhaps we can go back to interpretations. So 2 bars, section 2112C states, the CPO or authorized official shall execute all contracts for the government of Guam. The CPO may approve standard form contracts or purchase orders. And this is why I'm asking you the question, are you aware of any standard form contracts or purchase orders? And if you can provide that to the committee. It goes on to say that contracts or purchase orders made on such form may be executed without further approval of the Chief Procurement Officer.
I apologize.
What is your interpretation of that? Section, it's 2 GAR, section 2112C. What is your interpretation of that?
I apologize. You're asking if the Chief Procurement Officer can dictate their own contract forms? Yes, GSA, the Chief Procurement Officer is in charge of all procurements conducted by GSA. And in that case, the Chief Procurement Officer has and does use standard forms that they do for the GSA conducted procurements.
Okay, in regards to the second part, contracts or purchase orders may be made on such form, may be executed without further approval of the Chief Procurement Officer. So that's why I'm asking the question, what is a standard form that you approve as an AG?
Again, as I said, there is no standard form. We review every contract to ensure that it meets the requirements imposed by law. There is no standard form. We review things such as emergency procurements, and those are different than RFPs, and those are different from IFPs. There are even different types of contracts within each of those types of procurements. There's everything from reimbursement contracts to leases to leases with options to purchase, to fixed price types of contracts versus fixed price contracts with price adjustment. And they all have different provisions that are imposed on them by law. So there is no standard form.
Well, their standard form is based on, and that's what I'm asking, you know, and I would like you to provide that type of information to the committee.
We don't have any.
I can answer your question though. It's not, this is where I had first attempted to help clarify the discussion. We don't have a standard form that we provide. No entity does. A standard form that is provided that is then required to the T to be used in order for a contract to be valid or for an approving authority to sign off on it. Form, again, I guess is a legal term of art. For example, it helps to illustrate, when I was the legal counsel for the legislature's Committee on Rules, we had to review legislative contracts based on the requirements that were in the legislature's standing rules. We had a template that we used between Legal Bureau and Committee on Rules, but every time we received a request from a different office for a contract that they provided, it wasn't necessarily that every single contract was exactly the same quote unquote form. What we were reviewing is we looked at the legislature's standing rules, we looked at the contract that was before us, and we reviewed it to figure out whether or not the form of that contract on its face, form as in the paragraphs, the signatures, the content, whatever was required in the form of that contract was in line with whatever the standing rules required. And so there wasn't a quote unquote form, and I think that's a little bit where the conversation is a bit circular here, is we don't have a standard form that must be followed to the T. It's just a legal term of art that a contract has to meet a certain form, which is then reviewed by attorneys based on whatever type of contract it is and whatever the requirements are in law that govern that particular contract, which are the different categories that Attorney Toft ran through.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to open the floor to Senator Castro. Senator Castro, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I've been sitting here for as long as many of you have, and I guess now this is a time to express maybe just my frustration. But before I do that, I want to thank you, the Director of DPHSS, for your straightforward answers, and even yourself, Mr. Estevez, Chuck, for your subject matter expertise. At least I was able to record that and try to make sense of that. But you know, Madam Chair, with all due respect, forgive me, I'm not a lawyer. And I just kind of getting very frustrated with this lawyer talk. You know, it's sometimes this and it's sometimes that, and I can't tell you this, but I can tell you that. And here's what little I know, Madam Chair. You know, just being a secondary ed teacher and applying my common sense understanding of based on my experiences as a director, you know, that I'm of the opinion, not the legal opinion, that yes, there are emergency powers, you know, that are meant to provide flexibility. And these flexibilities, as my colleague, Senator Tablahi, alluded to, are really meant to forego any unreasonable delays or even obstructions to obtain goods or services in time of an emergency. And I can relate to that. I understand that if there's obstructions in the road or businesses that are wiped out because they're not available to respond to you, I get that. But, you know, I just got to say that notwithstanding that, Madam Chair, I certainly can hope that the public and the member of this body, you know, can hope that the official in charge of making these decisions, even under these emergency powers, can apply some balance. They can act lawfully, and I'm not suggesting anybody acted illegally and unlawfully, but can act reasonably and with integrity. It's my opinion, Madam Chair, that the emergency power, based on everything I'm hearing, it's kind of convoluted, and we haven't even gotten to the two other issues that I'm very concerned about in terms of procurement. But emergency power, in my opinion, doesn't permit any public employee to override your overarching obligation to the general public.
Amen.
And based on what I heard from the GSA's testimony, Claudia, she was able to say that they were able to execute an agreement within 7 days. So I certainly didn't see what was unreasonable with that. And I do have two questions. My first question, Madam Chair, is to the legal counsel. And with all due respect, you know, sir, if you can't answer the question, if you could just refer me to someone or refer someone on this panel who represents the executive branch to answer it. But my question is pretty straightforward. I'm just trying to make sense. I need something to follow. Is there a procurement record that you are aware of that I can follow? That's my first question to you, Mr.
None.
Is there a procurement record that may be on file that I can request of to review and provide copies for my colleagues?
Sure.
Okay, I'll go on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This was not a procurement in terms of what you are trying to. I think that's the difficulty here, sir, and I'm trying not to be. I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what your concerns are, but we are talking about two different issues here.
Okay.
This is not a procurement. This was an emergency purchase.
Is it emergency? I'm sorry, because I know I only got a limited amount of time, and I don't want you to sit here more than you have to. I appreciate your time. Is there a emergency purchase activity record? Is there a folder in your office that has documents that were received in the time they were received, even if they're not even in orderly fashion, that we can take a look at and make copies for ourselves? Notwithstanding what I heard from the representatives from the Attorney General, that they can't even share a contract because it's attorney-client privilege. I think I've been down that road before, and someone has a copy somewhere, and it is my humble opinion that is a property of the people of Guam. And so
Amen, Will.
My understanding
right.
of the situation, is there an emergency purchase record that I or any sitting member of the Guam legislature can avail themselves to, even under, order of confidentiality?
Sir, I think all the documents you're referring to, they have been disclosed as part of the FOIAs. They have been disclosed as part of the submissions that we gave to the chairwoman and one of her letter requests that we also, I believe we copied the speaker on it, but if not, we'll send it again. Those contain the emergency purchase agreements where the governor does have her orders on top of it. Those documents have been provided on numerous occasions in numerous forms. And finally, the memo that I provided to you, and I'm sorry again that it came so close in time to the start of this oversight, but because of my other duties, I didn't have that due a day in advance.
His other duties like looking
that
for
also
another job.
Would give you some context on what happened.
I appreciate that. And maybe what I'm going to do, Counselor, if I could.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And thank you, and forgive me, perhaps I didn't do my due diligence. What I'm going to do is piecemeal all that back, because there are different people involved in different parts of this discussion. Let me go to my next question, and it can be more direct, and I apologize. I'll go back, and I'll do my diligence to piece it together and find out when someone was or was not involved. And I think that's really what a lot of us are wanting to know. So my second question is for Stephanie Flores, the director of the Guam State Clearinghouse. Steph, based on my, again, limited experience with federally funded programs, it's my understanding that the federal government would never allow us to make an advance payment without a contract. Rather, that once a contract is in place, you can petition the federal entity, or in this case, your federal programs officer, based on my experience, to provide a payment in advance of the delivery or the receipt of goods or services. That assumes, of course, that the federal officer between you and the U.S. agency had approved that exception or that waiver. So is that an accurate assessment? Because if it is, that helps me think more clearly based on your straightforward answer, other than sometimes it's this or sometimes it's that. So is that consistent with your understanding, Steph, if you don't mind?
Yes, that is consistent. The federal government, in most cases, will require the contracts to be in place or the agreements to be in place, but that agreement can contemplate payments in advance of the receipt of actual goods and services.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you for that time. I appreciate it. And I'm going to go back and take a look at the record. And I know the attorney is acting in good faith, Mr. Hun. And if I have any follow-up questions, I will ask you at another time. Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate it.
Senator Moylan, I know you've been waiting. I apologize. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for Attorney Hai. Okay, now, from my understanding, that you admitted that the governor is the procuring authority. I'm wondering, did either you or the governor see any conflict of interest when the contract was entered with the Pacific Star Hotel, knowing that the hotel company has a Bank of Guam mortgage of $32 million? Please.
Sir, you know more information than I do about that, so no.
Oh, nice!
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. I.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Telo-Tatigui, you have the floor.
Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I just wanted to make a comment. I first want to thank everyone who's here today and providing any information that you have. And that questions that were asked that couldn't be answered, I hope we can get those and soon after this meeting. And I hope, Madam Chair, we have another meeting to give us the opportunity to review the tapes on what people said, because there's some contradictions with regarding to who was part of what and what was seen and what was not seen. So I appreciate that. I greatly appreciate Mary Rose, who is here today to speak and to light a lot of concerns that we had, or definitely backed up some comments that were made earlier. I appreciate her being here because one of those comments definitely was she was not involved with the Pacific Star negotiations. So at the end of that, I just want to ask one question before I say goodbye. So Mr. Hyde, were you involved in the negotiations of the Pacific Star?
It depends on how you're, ma'am, if you're asking me if I had parameters that were applied equally to everybody that were given to me and those were communicated, the answer is yes, that I was given parameters and they were communicated to everybody, and whoever responded, we were.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for doing that. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to take a guess. MES needs to reset the tapes so everyone can stay for it, or if you want to take a break, I think it's like a 3-minute break or so. So are we in recess?
What was the break for? Oh, shoot.
Recess.
No, 3 minutes, she said. She's gonna what? Troy? In recess, so we will take a 3-minute recess. Can you play Mike Nicholas or the Congressman's commercial, please?
Hi, my name is Eddie Santos. I'm a retired Army Sergeant with more than 23 years, and I am a disabled vet. I've been all over the place trying to get assistance for my disability. And as for right now, the only person that seemed to help me out was when I went to the congressman's office, tried to get some assistance for him to help me get my prosthetic leg fixed. So finally the congressman had me the opportunity to go to Palo Alto in San Jose, California, where they finally fixed my prosthetic. If you need help and you seem to not get it anywhere, you should go see our congressman with the people he has there to help us veterans get what we need and what we deserve for doing our time in service for the freedom of our island and for our country.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the Office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Funerals actually take a lot more planning than I expected. With us using island cuisine for the first time, of course we were iffy, but once they came and showed us their service, their food, tasted their food and everything, we definitely used them again because their service and food is just awesome.
I'll ride with the horses, I'll swim through the sea, I'll climb to the mountain tops, won't you come follow me? I'll take time to notice all that I see, and after I've come so far, you know where I'll be. I'll fly away, fly away, fly away, fly away home. I'll fly away, fly away, fly away, fly away home. But life is a vision, that's how it should be. The world is a canvas, and the choices are free. At the end of the journey, where all is complete, they'll all wonder where I've gone, but you know where I'll be. I'll fly away, fly away, fly away, fly away home. I'll fly away, fly away, fly away, fly away home. Our dreams last forever, for all that we know. The roads come together, and that's where we'll go.
Hi, I'm Little Mr. God, 2019. I just want all of the sailors in the USS TR to know that I'm thinking and praying for you. Thank you. Bye.
Day, my name is Kai, and on behalf of the Island Cuisine family, I would like to send out a great big Undunkulunesi Zuwas Maasi. Thank you to all USS Theodore Roosevelt sailors for all that you do. We wish and send all prayers for a speedy recovery, and we will keep you all in our thoughts. Thank you for your service. God bless.
That all the public are made aware of this outbreak and the pandemic, and that we are to do our job, which is to ensure that all aspects of our entire incident command system is in place, and from the department's perspective, to make certain that we have our investigation unit, our containment, our isolation, our whole system of staff that are able to do contact tracing, surveillance, and follow up, and to ensure that we also do what it takes to do tracing and contact follow-up, household follow-up, community follow-up of all known positive cases, and also to make certain that if there's any infection, the whole community gets very educated all the way about this whole pandemic. I also know that I have full authority when it comes to isolating and quarantine to ensure that the quarantine aspect is there, because the incubation period of an infection occurs between 2 days to 14 days. And the purpose of the quarantine is just to ensure that there's no further spread of the disease, and that we're able to monitor travelers that come and that they don't introduce the virus into our community. And if they are exposed or they're known to have been in areas of hot spots, that we ensure that they are in an area where they can be monitored, so that if they become asymptomatic to become symptomatic, then we're able to provide them the care that they need and keep them separate from the community, so that they don't go out and contaminate other individuals in our community. And so that is my primary role, to ensure that there's delay in transmission, and if there is any cases out there, that we contain and delay further transmission to protect our entire island.
Thank you. And that act itself, it gives you authority to procure, and nobody else.
That is correct, according to the chapter that authorizes that. However, my role in this case was really my procurement in the aspect of the department. I am a line agency of the Department of Public Health, which is a line agency of the government of Guam. So when I procure things, I have to do it through proper ways, and specifically all our requisitions come purchase orders. If I'm going to, in this particular case, what I have been involved with is with DLS, the Diagnostic Laboratory Services, we had a letter of agreement that was done, and then we further on had an MOU that was reviewed by both parties, the AG and also Diagnostic Labs legal counsel. And then we had a purchase order for those laboratory tests, so that we can increase the capacity for us to do testing, not only with our laboratory at Public Health, but also with the other laboratory. And then in line with that, my goal was to ensure that we had enough nurses throughout the community, because we were in charge of providing support to the airport, to the Port Authority. We also had support for all the isolation quarantine areas and also the public health facilities, so that we can continue to monitor patients and to provide the services and continue to function the primary healthcare centers of Northern, Southern, and Central Public Health. And we also established a public health facility that's up at Barragata Heights for this particular disaster, so we can provide services at all angles. And in line with this, knowing that nurses were really scarce in the whole community, and it's a great shortage everywhere, we were able to get the support from the other government of Guam agencies, such as the Guam Department of Education, where we also had their nurses, and we also were getting the support from Guam Community College. And again, we were able to work hand in hand to put them in different places, as I mentioned earlier, to provide that support. In line with that, we also had other sources, and in particular, my role was to ensure that the services that are rendered are adequate. So in the beginning, when we were going through this process, we had I had a MOA that was given to me by the Health Service of the Pacific, and in that case, that was I reviewed it and I showed it to the governor and I showed it to her because we really lacked a lot of nursing services, and so that MOA was actually signed by the governor on the 20th, and then when I looked at it, I signed it after she signed it on the 19th, excuse me, and I signed it on 20th. And then the other party, which was Health Service of the Pacific, was supposed to sign it, but they didn't when it was given to my office. So I called them and I asked them if they can sign it so that we can proceed to the next step. And so when I talked to Health Service of the Pacific's administrator, Lisa, she said that they're going to have her attorney review it first. So that's what happened. And then what happened was I never got a copy of it, until before April 24th, I get another MOA, and that MOA specifically has it, which was different from the one that I signed with the governor for the nursing capacity to help our island. And so having said that, I didn't want to sign it at all because it didn't look the same as the first one. So I reverted back to the governor's legal counsel for review. So you have the first one was on March 17. That was the memo that was given to me for the first one, which the governor and I signed, but the other party didn't sign, which is HSP. And the second one was given to me on the 24th. And that one was still not negotiated, or there was no agreement because that was given to the governor's legal counsel. And then later on, as this thing was happening, they provided services and they rendered it. And as they rendered the service, I, in particular, got the April 24th, and the governor had indicated to me that she'll proceed with signing it because we still need the nursing. We're having such a shortage, as you know, because a lot of our Guam nurses are not going to continue. These are nurses at the Guam Department of Education that are going to go back. They only have a contract up until the 29th with the department. And so what happens is after next week, I won't have these nurses at all. And so that's going to have a big impact. And we are moving forward, and we're still in this situation. We're not yet out of the woods. And the governor then revisited the April 24th MOA, and she signed it. I have it right here. What date was that? She signed it on the just a couple days ago. Where is that? Yeah, so she signed it on the 19th of May. However, I didn't sign this one because I wanted to ensure that because she's acting on her powers to do so, I didn't want to proceed in signing it because, again, this one kind of like oversaw the first one. And I also wanted to ensure that there was going to be either a contract or a purchase order. And I indicate that, and I just said that, that would have been the next step, but I didn't get anything back on my end, so I couldn't pursue with the second step like I did with DLS to get a purchase order. And so I refused to sign it to this day, and I indicated that to the legal counsel, and the reason why I refused to sign it is because I didn't have any monies to certify that those funds are available for that particular service, number one. And number two, that I'm not being able to bind the government with this because I don't have an identified fund source for it. And having said that, the governor utilized her emergency purchase to do that. And so I still didn't sign it up to this day. So that's where we stand.
So what went wrong with that process? I mean, what should have been done to rectify?
What should have been done was I should have gotten it back from from HSP. So had I gotten it back from HSP on the date, the first one, which was March, the one I signed was March 19. If I had gotten it back from, the first one was signed by the governor on the 19th, I did it on the 20th, and then HSP didn't sign it. If I had gotten it back, then I would have, I would have executed the next step, which would have been a purchase order. So, having not gotten it back, I was just in the situation where I'm not going to be able to do anything if I don't have any means of getting any additional funding for this either. So we acted on an emergency because we needed to get the whole services done right away, because we had all these ports of entry and all these people coming in from all over the place, from Philippines, and we were already having 3 cases already in the beginning, and then another 2 cases a couple days later, and then by the time the Philippine flight came, we knew that all the whole people were getting infected were from the Philippines, and it was very, very, very serious to that point where we didn't want any other outbreaks. And it happened that having the quarantine facility in place with the nurses there to monitor and a doctor to monitor through HSP, we were able to contain several positive cases that resulted from the quarantine sites. And so that's what I did, and I seek advice from legal counsel, and that was with Shannon Taitano to guide me through, and I continue on. Just like the overtime too, I didn't have any funding for the overtime, and the executive order was very specific that I cannot allow overtime for exempted employees, only non-exempt. That was clear in the executive order. And when I submitted, the request because of the nurses going and protesting and joining GFT, it is a liability because they did work. So I took it upon myself to follow the rule. And so because they're exempted employees, all nurses are exempted, the executive order doesn't say that they will be covered. So having said that, and having them protest and going out there and saying they're not paid and all this, I then prepared a memo, as the executive order says, you can request, for that to be done. So I requested that memo, but I did indicate in a paragraph that the department has no funds that is budgeted, nor does the department have any CARES Act for this type of funding. We only received a little bit over 300 plus thousand, and that was not committed for overtime pay. So I indicated that, and I refused, and so did my ASO, refused to sign any form that is in the care plan to certify funding, because there is no funding. And that's the whole point that I was trying to make, that I was trying to follow everything to the T. And so we didn't sign the plan that certifies that funds are available. And we just turned it in, and then BBMR rejected it. And then later on, the governor intervened and said, we're gonna find a way to pay this through, perhaps the CARES Act. So we haven't paid anybody except those non-exempt employees, like the nurses and those that are pay grade K and below. And up to this day, we still haven't yet paid those nurses and other staff that are pay grade K and above. And that's what it is. It is what it is.
Thank you. I think this has been very informative. Obviously, I feel like we need to, Senator Chalai, would you like to?
Yeah, could I just confirm a couple of things that I heard earlier? Mr. Byrne is still there? Is Mr. Byrne here? Mr. Byrne? Yes?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, thank you. Could you just confirm, did I hear correctly, when you said that payment was made on April 3rd for these hotel quarantine facilities. And did you say that you had CARES funds at that time, and that's what you paid it out of, or that you will pay it out of CARES Act funds? What was used on April 3rd?
Yes, we will be using CARES Act funds, and yes, we did have the funds. We had all the funds by April 16th.
April 16th?
Yes.
But the payment was made on April 3rd, that's correct?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Okay, so you will use CARES Act funds, but at the time that obviously that the whatever certification, who certified these, Mr. Byrne? Who certified the payment? Was that you or someone else?
I don't know. No, without looking.
Oh, okay. And when I've seen some letters where the governor, directs payment compensation contemplated, and directs to Lester Carlson and Mr. Edward Byrne to make payments and pay invoices, and then it says so ordered. And so, Mr. Hoon, I guess I wanted to ask you, do you equate these letters with the so ordered to be an executive order pursuant to 10 GCA Chapter 19?
I equate them to the governor's order.
Executive orders?
No, ma'am. Executive orders are defined in the law that have various requirements.
All right.
It is an order by the.
Yeah. All right. And then are you familiar with a federal law that allows payment without a contract, Mr. Hoon?
I believe that other more educated people in that area have answered that question today.
What?
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. And then, so Madam Chair, I want to thank all of those who provided testimony. One more. Claudia, the federal grants, do you handle procurement for federal grants? Procurement of supplies, for example?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
All right. So those federal grants, they go through our regular procurement. They abide by our procurement laws?
Correct, our local laws.
All right. Well, Madam Chair, again, I want to thank all of them, everyone who's been here today. I'm sure we still have questions, but I want to thank you for those who have cooperated. I still find that, we have attorneys that are playing, in a role of like giving advice, but we need also, if the procurement had gone through GSA, for example, Claudia has to answer any questions regarding that procurement. She could not claim, attorney-client privilege and then hide any part of that procurement. Same thing, if it had been procured, for example, by Linda DeNorsi. And I know that, public health deals with these federal funds a lot, and so they don't do it without contracts, and they don't, they follow the law to a T. And so, and they would never, I think, say they could not answer a question. And that's probably why our Guam law really puts this type of authority, with these government employees. And if we had asked the AG, who's not here tonight, was the procurement legal? Probably we're going to get the analysis that there's some, I don't know, from what I've heard tonight, there's some, federal law that says we don't need contracts when we're using federal funds, and that we don't need to follow local procurement statutes when we're using federal funds. But the sad part about it is if they are correct and we are going to spend these CARES Act funds without using any local procurement laws or abiding by any of them, we forego reimbursement by FEMA at least according to, how it's been done in the past, unless they create new rules. And foregoing this reimbursement by FEMA really leaves us, very limited choices. When we're using CARES money that we could be using on other things. For example, aid to over 16,000 employees that are on the record today without jobs. The estimates go up to 30,000. And that's really the downside of this. It's like by limiting our procurement ability, or by not following certain procedures, we limit our choices, and we're limited now to using CARES Act so that we can argue that we didn't need to follow any of the other laws. And unfortunately, because I think we could have got FEMA reimbursement for quarantine facilities, it seems like a very consistent use of FEMA reimbursement if we follow our regular laws. So thank you, Madam Chair, for this hearing. I find it very
Thank you, Senator Chalahi. Yes, Senator Moylan.
Mr. Byrne, to find out who certified the payment?
No, Senator, I have to go back into the record.
Thank you, Senator Chalahi. Senator Moylan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to just continue with your questioning, very thorough questioning about procurement. And going into this, hopefully I can get a direct response. But media stories, we all read the paper, right? Reported about hotel suites, and including a presidential suite, which included, which is probably part of this procurement process. So these comments are on the record, of course, and I just want to know, is this true? Did we procure a presidential suite? And if so, who resided in these suites, and how much did it cost, and who authorized these things as well? And final question on that as well, to that hotel. The media reports, and we're on record here, and we want to confirm this, was the former chief of staff, Tony Babalta, in one of those hotel rooms, along with other employees of the government. And these individuals were not under quarantine. Who's paying for these hotel rooms? I hope a response from any of the panels that's there. And I do thank the panel for staying up late with us, and I appreciate their time and their responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The moment when Hagen admits he's the dumbest person in the world, he's like, oh, someone's smarter.
If I can get a response from anybody, please. If you'd like me to repeat the question, I'll be happy to.
Bueller.
Come on, hi.
Bueller.
Come on.
Cricket.
Come on,
Sir,
Lupia.
if I could just, I don't know how to answer your question specifically because they sound like just comments. But if you're asking if rooms were specifically paid for, the whole facility was paid for based on a formula. And again, I'll refer you back to that what do you call it? The documents that have been disclosed in numerous ways. They're also on our website for the executive order. So I think that answers the bulk of your questions. On the other stuff, we don't have that information, sir. You'll have to ask the person involved, not anybody else that is not.
Oh.
Okay. Mr. Attorney High, thank you. So what we're saying is we purchased these rooms from that hotel, and we don't know if we purchased the suite, the infamous 19th floor. Nor can we confirm that if there was ever the chief of staff of the governor's office was in one of these rooms, and nor do we know who's. Well, I understand we're paying for it, but did we actually purchase the suite? And was there? Why did we purchase this suite? What was the purpose of the suite?
Senator, we are trying to answer your question as best as we can. So if it is a question rather than an accusation, we can say that all of the rooms in the hotel were purchased for the quarantine facility under the formula already disclosed in documents which have been made public. That is a direct answer to your question. As to your insinuations or accusations, We have no comment on that.
Okay, I'm not accusing. I'm just reiterating what is published. So I would like to ask the question, but I understand it. Please note it's not an accusation. I just want a confirmation, yay or nay. But if you want me to refer back to your documents, okay, I understand. If it's from the lobby into the garage and to the 19th floor, if that's what we purchased, and we don't understand why we purchased the 19th floor and the suites and what's the purpose is for, you want me to refer your documents? All right, then I understand.
If you're obsessed with the 19th floor of the Pacific Star, I advise that you visit it. Otherwise, none of us have been there.
Thank you to the respondent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Carlo.
Thank you, Senator Moreland.
So I think, he wasn't invited to the party.
I just would like to perhaps, is there a way that we can coordinate the procurement? What is the plan moving forward? I mean, considering there were issues with unpaid vendors, and there was some connection to the lack of contracts, which to me has not materialized. I haven't seen a signed contract regarding the quarantine facilities on the dates when they were first procured. And it seems as if nobody seems to want to take responsibility for that at this point. But I think moving forward, the Public Health Authority, Director Linda DeNorsi, is the one that is basically directing the need. She's determining the needs of the island to respond to this pandemic, and it's concerning to me that she cannot get funds certified for, helping increasing the medical capacity. I think really this oversight kind of shows the breakdown of the procurement system as a whole in regards to this pandemic, and also perhaps when we evoke the Emergency Powers Act, together with Executive Order 2020-03, it even creates more of a confusion as how procurement, or perhaps it creates another avenue, which I'm questioning its authorization. But I think that, we really need to come at a united front to figure out how we're going to address the pandemic, with a united front as a procurement system. So I think moving forward, is it fair to say that the procurements are going to be led by the public authority and then go through GSA, because GSA oversees the procurement of Department of Public Health and Services? Is that what how we're gonna move forward at this point?
Ma'am, I think, are you directing it towards anyone to answer?
Yes. So if you would like to respond. How are we going to, or as in a united sort of way?
Sure. I think the governor did write you a letter asking you to consider changing some of the laws to help expedite things even on a normal basis. We do have some people that we think that could help explain the federal GSA part of things that might help the government of Guam procure more quickly on a traditional sense and even in an emergency sense. In terms of I think I do need to clear up. I don't think that the director, as the Public Health Authority, has said anything except for we needed quarantine sites. We needed all of these various things that we ended up getting. And how you want to decide whether or not that was allowed or not is a different question. But I do think that it's important to know that there are agreements in place and documented. They have been sent to you. They have been posted on our website. They do fully articulate every intent and how funds are spent. And I don't think it's a fair assessment to keep on saying that the Public Health Authority didn't know what was didn't allow this. That there was no sense in taking care of government funds. and that there was no documents in place. You have all those items, ma'am.
If I can
in terms of the
correction, I do not have all the documents. I was only sent the unsigned contract, so I don't have the complete so-called procurement purchase record, which is a new term for me. To me, there's no definition in procurement law, and I do not have a complete purchase record. And so that's what, with the invoking of the Emergency Powers Act, that's what I'm saying. There is a gap between procurement law and Emergency Powers Act. And
I'm sorry.
And I just want to clarify that I did not receive the full procurement file, or in your case, purchasing file, which still needs to be defined. And I was not saying there was improper. I was just saying that we need to work on, as a united front so that we address the pandemic. That is the priority, with the direction of the Public Health Authority under Linda DeNorsi, and that there is a prescribed procedure of procurement that GovGuam is going to follow through GSA, because GSA oversees line agencies, including Department of Public Health Services, including the Office of the Governor, including Civil Defense, Office of Homeland Security. This is something that we need to work and hammer down. And in regards to federal law, I did not get the impression that there was a clear guidance by our government of what that is. And that needs to be clarified. To me, that has not been clarified in this oversight hearing. And I would like to work towards where we know what the procedures are, so we do not fall into the potential or jeopardizing federal funds. I think that's ultimately the goal of this, is to learn what happened, what were some of the mishaps along the way, what is our concerted effort going to be? And so we don't fall into the situation where invoices are not paid, contracts. I have not seen a contract yet of those service of the leasing of the facilities. And the mere fact that people were in the know and the flags were not raised at the time. So there has to be somebody who stands up the procurement process in this whole affair. But I think what would help is that we have a framework we all agreed to. And I think it's fair to follow local law. That's what we have at this point, until we come up with something better that we all agree on. Because right now there wasn't to me, in my understanding, people didn't have an understanding of what was going on in a coordinated fashion. So that's
Madam Chair, if I can ask a couple of questions. I agree with you, finding a way forward. I believe that just not this per se, this public hearing, oversight hearing, but really more so the public inquisition, right? From the media inquiries to the public, to the community, to the government, to the senators, all of that. I think that it has gone a long time already. It's been going on for several weeks, and I agree with you that we do need to find a way forward, because on behalf of GHRA and the hoteliers who have been put into some negative lights because of this, when they entered in good faith, understanding that they were helping and the community and also working together with public-private partnership to provide these services during a very critical time. It is the responsibility for government to follow those procurement rules and to go through that, whether it's a purchase or procurement. I understand everybody's concerned with that and with the timeline, but I do know that there are laws also in place that before you enter a contract, you do have to secure the funding before you sign a contract, but also that there have been different iterations of this contract. One of the reporters wrote to me and said that the contracts are on the governor's website. And so I'm going to be looking at that, I never received a contract, but I know that there have been different iterations because they have changed from only quarantine facilities, which all of our contracts, whether it was GovGuam or USS Roosevelt, those all started out with just quarantine facilities for asymptomatic travelers. And so those have all changed to include isolation. So I know that there have been several iterations. And it is concerning that if we don't have copies of those, then these hotels, unfortunately, are in a precarious position because, again, to have a contract placed without the funding secured before even CARES Act is a concern because they want to get paid. They actually lowered their price initially from federal rates, which would have qualified under even FEMA. And so I'm very concerned as far as the industry is concerned that, everybody stepped up to participate in good faith, provided these services. Unfortunately, two of those hotels are not participating today, even with the GSA's new procurement for the additional hotels. But we have to find solutions on a way forward because there is another Guam law that in lieu of a contract, you have to go with published rates of the hotel. And those published rates are generally higher. And those rates are published in the lobby areas, it's in all of the rooms, and you have to look at what the published rate is online. And so in lieu of a contract, the government of Guam may end up paying higher rates because these hotels, and you have to look at every room and every service rendered during that stay. And so I think it's very important that we move towards completion of this discussion and find ways to really solve this problem and to close out the contract terms on these hotels. And like I stated earlier, it can't be just the hotels. There were other services that were provided outside of the scope of work to provide quarantine services. So if all the other services are approved, like additional meals, laundry services, all of the detail from public health, GPD, Guam Army National Guard, all of the support staff that provided services, how did those get approval, but not the hotel contracts? I think it's very important that if you've already authorized funds for all of those, that the hotels should be included in that authorization. Because they have already rendered the service and they have been acting in good faith. And it's been already a long period, and it's already hard enough for businesses to be closed down and losing money, where these businesses have been providing a huge community service in providing shelter in place during a very critical time. And it was where they had to give up the entire building. And so where they couldn't participate in other lodging services like with the military, with the USS Roosevelt. So I think that we have to come up with the solutions, are correct, but in how we get there, I think is more important at this point, knowing that these were purchased under that emergency order, and then how do the other services, the ancillary services, how did those get authorized or paid out? But from what I thought I heard in a press conference a couple days ago, I thought all the payments were rendered to the hotels because the hotels were expecting to get paid before the new contracts went into place for Days Inn and Santa Fe. So can somebody answer that question, if the hotels finally received a signed contract, as well as if they received payment before the new contracts went into effect?
So that would be a question for perhaps either Claudia or Edward Byrne. Can you answer that question?
The answer insofar as payment is that all the hotels' payments was released. I believe one of them was on the 20th, the remainder on the 19th. And the EFTs, the electronic funds transfers, could either arrive today or tomorrow morning.
But that's the complete payment. There are no outstanding invoices?
I'll tell you that. I can only tell you where I paid the invoices that I had.
Are there any outstanding invoices for the ancillary services?
Mr. Rhodes, I don't believe I have to answer your questions. Maybe you address your questions through the senator.
Sure. I mean, we're all taxpayers, so.
Yeah, Edward Byrne.
So, want me to ask the question on behalf of Mary, the question you just heard. Are there any outstanding payments to ancillary services, Director Byrne?
Not for the invoices I have.
Are there contracts associated with those invoices?
That's not something I have knowledge of. I told you before, Senator, that I had an instruction from Governor. You asked the Governor's Council about that instruction, and I followed that instruction.
Regarding emergency purchases, is that correct?
Regarding payment.
What is that instruction from the governor?
Right. So, are there any further questions? Okay, so we'll probably have another follow-up to see, and I definitely would like to follow up with the procurement record on all of these types of emergency related purchases. So I just want to thank everybody who stayed on, and I appreciate everybody's contribution and questions, and I'll be looking forward to seeing more of a collaborative, coordinated effort that is aligned with local laws and also as well as federal laws. So I do appreciate everybody's attendance today. Let's do as Mossy.
Okay.
What are we doing?
And what? Okay. Guys, we will, Kandit will take a break. We will come back on live with Troy. But yeah, you heard it, folks. All those people on that panel, besides the senators, I just wanted to share with you, these 4 Leon Guerrero administration officials make $460,000 and 969 cents, or yeah, $969 combined. They can't answer a single question directly. Hyun, I don't know how to say his name, $126,000. Diaz Sophia, $126,000. Edward Byrne, $102,000. Linda DeNorsi, $108,000 and some change. But those are the people that work for us. And I just needed to share that with you. Linda kind of surprised me, but we'll be back on in a few minutes.